Okay, now we have the mic as well. Welcome back to the Legends of the Game. This is day 2. We are down to our final 13 players. First, Mounir, are you happy with the day 1 so far? You're not in, but...
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with a lot of people that I know privately and many people that are extremely good at poker, so it's going to be a fun day.
Absolutely it is, and of course it will be live streamed on OlyBet channels. We have the live stream with 30-minute delay and one of the players still in. Of course, this is no filter, we're not doing it the regular way. We normally just say shuffle up a deal, but let's start the day by having it sung by Duncan, who's still in the field. Please, sir.
No filter poker, here we keep it real. I'll be your joker. Shuffle up and deal. Play ball!
Let's go! No filter, Legends of the Game, day 2. We are ready to go.
Yes, we are ready to go, and I've just ran over to the commentary booth, and now I'm here, Glenn. This is Wise Guy and Glenn Brown.
Good morning, guys. How are we doing? What a start. How is that for a shuffle up and deal? Duncan is unbelievable. Good morning, everyone. How are we? I'm here with the legend Wise Guy. Invited me into the box today. Thank you.
Of course, yes. And we will have many more people coming in. Jason's coming back later on, and hopefully some guests as well during the day. But for now, me and Glenn are starting the day on the 13 remaining players of the Legends of the Game. 3,500 euro buy-in. 85k up top on this one, and they are in the money. They ended on 13 and a min cash of 7k, I should say.
Yeah, 7,000. Good numbers as well. Went over the 100.
Yeah, just
101. That's a good field.
Definitely is. And although the biggest stars, legends as Mizrachi and Scotty Nguyen is not still in this tournament, we have plenty of other known names. You see our feature table here. We have Roope Tarmi, we have Matthias Siljander, and many others. We have Felix Selentag on the short stack, the blue cap. And yeah, we will get to learn these players throughout the day as well, if you didn't watch them already yesterday. But a lot of these guys, of course, playing the highest stakes, and both some tournament regulars and cash game players in the field still. So yeah, we're in for a treat. And we're of course going to follow this all the way till the end.
Yeah, we're going to have a winner today.
Yeah.
And there's lots of other events starting as well. Got the main event, day 1B is about to start.
Yeah, and the high roller.
The high roller 5k.
Yeah. So plenty of action. Just started this series. We are on day 3, and this No Filter Poker has its grand finale on a Wednesday with the main event final table, the ladies event, and of course the player party, because that's an important part of this series.
Did someone say players party?
Are we invited though?
Do we have to play?
Is it also staff party? I hope so.
It needs to be a staff party. We like the staff parties.
Yeah.
I think that's what ruins me on tour, all these staff parties.
Luckily, they're almost always on the last day at least.
Yeah, that does help.
Here we are with the updated chip count for the TV table then. 2 million, our chip leader in the tournament, Pasi. And the shortest stack right now, Guillermo, down in the bottom. He's flying the Estonian flag. I think he's Argentinian, living here in Tallinn. Yeah. And we have Felix on 315k, good for 13 bigs. And then upwards we have Christer Larsson, the former director of poker for OlyBet, now still working with the brand, but he are allowed to play now, and happily doing so by making it into the money of the legends.
Yeah, he's not only playing, he played in Riga. He played at the OlyBet showdown in Riga a couple of weeks ago and actually won a trophy.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah,
right? In the PLO.
In the PLO, he was allowed to play and won a trophy, which was... I was chuffed for him because he said, I can actually play. I'm going to look forward to this.
Yeah. And then he just ships it.
And he just ships it, wins a trophy and goes, thank you very much.
See you guys.
And we were there. It was
so if he wins this one as well, then it would be epic.
There's just no stopping him if he wins this.
Oh, no. Please, he can come second or third, but we don't want to be having him running around with another trophy.
No.
Yeah, I would love it if he did. But let's see. He had an unconventional game yesterday, played a lot of hands, V-pipping 115% if you can.
Wow.
No, something like, it was at least 80%. But Felix now, if we're actually back to the game here, we have 9s for Felix Selentag, opening to 50, a min race, since we are on a 10, 25k big blind ante, and 30-minute levels in this one, so it will be a fairly quick structure, but still a lot of play. So yeah, looking forward to the day as Felix steals the blinds and antes.
Yeah, a lot of action today.
Yeah,
it's going to be fun today.
It's a bit more quiet table than when they ended last night. I think these guys might have been having an apple juice or two yesterday and might be a bit tired this morning, but I'm sure they'd get into it later on. I saw Matthias Leander starting the day with a rye bread and some maybe local brewed apple juice. So
okay. So that's what poker players do, though, isn't it? They do this and then they just carry on.
Yeah. I'm not naming any names, but I think Christer closed the bar in OlyBet Casino yesterday. So
okay. Okay. Yeah, he looks fresh.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, he proudly announced that he actually has slept and taken a shower this morning. So yeah. I think it's like it was unexpected even for himself to be that fresh and ready. So now Matthias. Also V-pipping a lot yesterday, playing many hands, and he's opening with the Queen 6 suited. Bit wide, but of course he has a rather big stack and attacking the big blinds. The blinds who are a bit shorter. Let's see if Felix chooses to defend his Jack 8 here now in the big blind. Does not. So.
Is it Matthias? Matthias has got he's got 2 rings, isn't he?
He does. Yeah.
rings.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and he's been on many final tables here in Tallinn, plays a lot here, and is the kind of player who you always see either he's out or he has a big stack. It's nothing in between. He's an aggressive and really good player, and I know, he's not afraid to take a flip or two. So, but often featured on our TV tables here in Tallinn, and has many titles to his name, both here in Tallinn and in Finland and some other places in Europe as well. I think he won a big event in Barcelona a couple of years ago also.
Oh, okay. He's a good player. I've seen him around the circuit. He's a good player. I've been watching him this week.
Yeah, and
he's
this
very
guy,
aggressive.
Between Christer and Matthias, is Roope Tarmi of Finland, also ring winner. He won the high roller for the Kings of Tallinn back-to-back also, actually, 2 years in a row, the 5K event. So he's also been on many TV tables and final tables here in Tallinn. 4s now for Matthias.
Some good players in this.
The
legends. He's brought this game together. Mounir. He got a group of large players and he's got them all together. It's good that they've come out and supported it.
Definitely, and such a treat for us to have, of course, Michael Mizrachi in the field and Scotty Nguyen, both putting on a show yesterday, together with the singing cowboy that you saw singing the shuffle up and deal if you were with us from the start.
And his son, and Paul yesterday played really well.
Paul Mizrachi, yeah.
He ran very deep after taking his dad out.
Yeah, exactly.
He ran very deep.
Proudest moment of his life so far.
He was saying, I had a chat with him afterwards. So excited. Highlight of his life, he said. which I love. Absolutely brilliant. Right, 4s and jacks here. So we've got Jack, King.
So this is our chip leader, Pasi, finding the flush draw and the gut shot. No, not gut shot, sorry, but still the flush draw on the turn. So Matthias checked the flop, but now coming with a 75k bet. The gray chips are 25, and the red ones are 5k, and then we have the green 100ks as well. Interesting spot for Pasi here now.
No, Duncan, this is the feature table.
Good re-raise him here.
Yeah, good. Okay. Chooses just to go with the call. Yeah, these guys also played a lot. They have played a lot before in Finland. Oh, he gets there on the river as well. So let's see if Matthias gives this one up now, because of course that's not in any way a good card for him, even though when he gets called on the turn, he's either a straight draw or a flush draw or something like that, very possible. So expect Pasi to just collect this pot with a bet now.
Yeah, he's folding here. It's good. You can't.
And that's a full pot bet 300 from Pasi, and of course some thinking from Matthias, but never really thinking about calling. And Pasi passing the 2 million now, 2.1. And I think we have about 10 minutes left of this blind level, and then we'll go to the 15 and 30k.
Still a lot of play left in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on the outer table we have a few short stacks. I know Jesper Nordqvist, Sweden. He started with about 8 big blinds. I think he was the shortest one. But once we reach the final table on this one, I think we'll have plenty of play still. So not, even though being only 30-minute levels, it's a deep structure. So they started with 100k each.
Yeah, it's been it was a good structure. They've played well. It's been good. And it gave them enough to get back in as well.
Yeah.
At the break, just before the end of the late reg yesterday. It still gave them enough to play with, which was quite a nice way to do it.
Yeah. And we had a few players doing multiple bullets in this one. I think we have about 60 unique players and 101 entries total. So I think Mr. Mizrachi had 3 bullets.
Yeah. Mounir had a couple.
He did, yeah. Christer now folding the 4 deuce. Tight for being him.
That's unusual. He obviously did get a shower and a sleep.
Right. Off to a flop. Heads up with Pasi and Matthias again, the Finns. And Matthias now checking the jack. And Pasi grabs the bait. Quick call with the 25k bet, and no help for Pasi on the turn. So let's see now. Matthias has checked it again, taking the passive route this time. And that's a full house for Matthias, so surely not checking a third time, but might be hard to get something more out of Pasi, even though with the ace high on the trip board.
I don't think he's getting anything out of this.
No. That's 125, and
snap
it's even folded when
Yeah,
he touched the chips.
Chips that didn't even hit the deck.
No wasting any time for Pasi here. Doesn't need any TV time. And you can see that we just lost 1 player on the outer table. We're down to 12 now, and he was actually Jesper Nordqvist, the guy on the shortest stack to start the day, who went out in 13th place, picking down some 7,050 euros for his effort, doubling his buy-in at least. I think he was on 1 bullet only, so still making some profit.
Is he going to jump straight on the high roller? Did you speak to him? Is he?
I think he will.
I think he will. Yeah.
But does he start now already, or was it later?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, 2 o'clock
local time, and that's in about 1 hour and 10 minutes. So yeah, I doubt he will be playing it from the start though, but he will definitely be in it later on. And Christer folding another one. So down to the blinds and limped by Matthias. Guillermo we haven't seen anything from yet today, but now at least he'll be playing this one.
Very quiet at the table.
On the short stack as well, as you can see. 245k behind now. Good for 10 bigs. And a flush draw for him, right?
Straight away. Yeah.
So the flush comes for Guillermo on the turn, but on this part it might be hard for him to get anything more from Matthias. He should probably check this one and hope for Matthias trying to take the pot down on the river. It's tempting, of course, to bet that flush, and unfortunately for him, he will not get anyone, get Matthias along.
Matthias is better than that.
Yeah.
He's not going to barrel there. That's it. He's in the building.
Yeah.
He's in the building. The A team are going to be back in the booth.
Jason is coming on soon, but Glenn, what's your plans for the day? You're going to meet some stars again.
I'm going to meet some stars today, yeah. I've got an interview with Mr. Mizrachi, his son. I'm going to have a quick chat with Scotty Nguyen today as well. Nguyen. Have a chat with him today, and we're going to have a chat with Mounir as well. And I think we're going to do a three-way conversation as well. We're going to have a little just how things have gone.
Nice that you added the word conversation to that, yeah?
yeah, three-way conversation. We're going to have some fun today. We're going to do some footage, do some bits and pieces. Duncan's been keeping the crowd entertained.
Yes.
Very well. We've done some stuff with Duncan this week as well. It's been fun.
Yeah, you have to go to, if you're not seen it yet, the Glens have... You just posted this morning an interview with Duncan from yesterday, right?
Yeah, it's just gone out on my channel, the OlyBet channel, the Poker Pro channel. It's gone out on all three channels. So it's a great edit. The edit team here have been amazing.
Yeah.
It's really nice to work with these guys. I've enjoyed it, the videographers, the editors.
Look at this one now. A big one brewing between Felix and Krister. And these guys also played a lot yesterday, so Felix knows that Krister is not afraid of 3-betting rather light, although this time he has a hand, but I expect Felix to just shove it here, and Krister, of course, will be calling that off, and we'll be off to a race. That's my predictions, but let's give them a few moments. You can see that Felix is even color matching his hat today, right?
Yeah, looking very blended.
Yeah, maybe his wife Sarah, who was in the booth yesterday, has helped him today.
Okay.
You got to be on the TV table, babe. Let's color match this now. Or maybe he's a fashion guru himself. Who knows?
Well, there's the all in.
See here now, as
Easy.
predicted, Felix will be shoving. And here we have the all-in and a call. Krister Larsson with the ace-queen, Felix Selentag with the jacks. So off to the race. I don't think we have any aces or queens folded in this hand yet that we've seen. So it should be a pretty much 50-50 situation, but it's not anymore. Wow.
Oh, in the window.
That looks rather happy, Felix, I would say. And not even a sweat on the turn. We can just seal it, and that's the full house even.
The chips. Very nice, Felix. That was very nice.
Full double up to almost 700, as Krister's down to 400 now, still surviving that hand. But now on the bit of a shorter stack. Still 12 players in though, and of course there will be final table when we're down to 9, and then we will be following them until we have a winner later on this afternoon or evening.
I still don't know who's going to win this. There's so many good players.
Yes, absolutely.
Any of these guys, even if they're short stack, can bring this back.
Yeah,
they're all very professional. These guys have played some of the best poker in the world and some of the best stakes in the world.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see the field that's still left. I was looking at the stats of some of the guys that I didn't know.
Yeah.
And this morning, and wow, there's some really good players out here today.
Absolutely, and here we have the updated chip count after that big all-in and call from Felix and Krister, and now Felix up to 3rd place, and a decent 28 big blinds in front of him. So Pasi, as you can see, storming away with the 2 million, 82 big blinds. Current chip leader in the entire tournament with 12 left.
I'm wearing a no filter hoodie.
Yeah. It's got maybe it's this bonus for being the overnight chip leader. You get a free hoodie, man.
Free hoodie, wear it, but get it branded.
Yes.
Get it branded. Let's do it.
Felix now can take it easy for a while after that big double up, folding. And did Krister fold the 3s?
He did. I'm surprised.
Yeah. He knew Mikko folding a 3 as well. He knew it, right? There's not playing this. There's no 3s left in the deck. Guillermo shoved now. Some 10 big blinds as we just reached the 15 and 30k big blind level. So
he's getting that through.
Yeah.
He's been quiet all the way through, apart from that flush he had with the 9-3, which he was blind versus blind. So.
Yeah, still 12, and on the outer table we do have the singing cowboy Duncan still in the game. He had 1 million plus just overnight, so in good shape starting day 2. Hopefully we'll have him on the feature and final table later on, because he always puts on a show, of course, and you can see that these guys are a bit more quiet today than it was yesterday. There's a lot of banter between Krister and Matthias and some other guys.
I think Duncan would wake this table up in about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I heard him on the outer table earlier. He's desperate to get on this table, I tell you.
And if you just notice that Ropetami is missing between Christer and Matthias, it's not because he's out. He's just been moved to balance the table, so he's on the outer table now. Ropetami. Ace Queen now. Premium hand for Mikko with 11 bigs in front of him, so just one choice, I would think. Or maybe he does the non-all-in. No, here he comes with 335k shoving against the blinds of Pasi and Felix, but no takers.
Maybe he needs to wake up or something. He'll take the blinds in that spot. Chris is just waiting for a hand now, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think. I'm amazed he folded the threes.
Yeah.
That's
Almost
really,
like you would think there's some graphics wrong here.
Yeah, because that's
Or maybe his own graphics were wrong. He saw it like, oh, it's 2-3. I'll fold this.
because that's the way Krista was playing yesterday, and I've seen Krista play before. That's premium.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm shocked. We have to do an interview with him as well afterwards and ask if it was really.
I will have to ask him that.
Are you aware you folded pocket threes? Matthias probably not entering this one. What about Guillermo? No, already folding. And I was going to say Mikko looks interested, but Queen 3. Now, chip leader then. Time to attack some blinds maybe. Comes with a 60k min raise.
Oh, hello.
Talking about premium hands. Queens for Felix. I like that little smirk. He looks like,
Well,
nice.
Krista looks interested. I don't know what he's got yet, but Krista is sitting there like that.
Yeah.
He had that smile, the same smile he had when he had the ace queen.
You got a tell on him.
I have a tell, yes.
Well, hopefully it's not jacks or tens for
No.
him, because then he might be in trouble. And Felix just now looking at the stack of Krister, thinking about the next move. As of course we are 3-betting this one, and he has 600 in front of him. So either ship it or just 3-bet raise. That's the options. And he goes all in.
Okay, Krista, I was wrong. It's a king 4. I do not have a tell on Krista.
No one has.
No one has, no. He's just made the same look.
Yeah.
Unless he just has that look, full stop.
So you see in the background we are on level 20. It's a 15 and 30k now, and it's getting a bit more expensive. Still the average is 841k, so some 25 big blinds average.
It's a great setup, this TV table here.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
absolutely.
they do OlyBet do it very, very well. I must admit.
Yeah.
All the travelling I do and see final tables in various places, and this is actually one of the best setups I've seen.
Yeah, and this is
I
actually
think
trying a new
actually.
thing, because normally you have the TV table outside the ballroom,
Yep.
but now it's inside, so everyone can see it. You see the outer tables in the background, and it's of course always nice, as we did yesterday. We had the final table already almost from the start of this one to have everyone in the same room,
Yeah.
because if you have the TV table outside, it's going to be the other players in the tournament, of course, want to be in the same room.
I quite like this setup,
Yeah, this is great, I think.
if I'm honest.
So Pasi, of course, entering with any ace X. Oh,
Here he goes.
shove from Krister now.
Oh,
King
King
8. Yeah, and also, of course, also that Pasi is opening light. But trouble is, it's only 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds now, so Pasi might call this one off if he think he has the odds. Because he's blocking any ace X combinations, of course, and seeing Krister yesterday showing a lot of wild hands. Today Krister has been playing a lot tighter, but now he decides to go with the King 8, so we'll see what Pasi ends up with decision-wise here, but might be trouble for Krister Larsen.
He's just working out. Surely he's going to call here. There's no 2.
Yeah,
Yep,
comes with the
there
call.
it is.
So
Good luck, Krista.
you can see that it's almost 50-50, but slightly ahead with the ace 3.
Brave. You too. That's normal.
So Christer Larsson risking his seat in the tournament. He could be the 12th place, but he could also double up. No help for him on that flop. No backdoors. Will he get there on the turn? Does not. So only down to a king or an 8 to not be eliminated, but it's not to be for Christer Larsson. The ace high is good for Pasi, and unfortunately Christer Larsson is exiting in 12th place, also taking down some 7k for his effort, and he was on 1 bullet only. And signalizing to Duncan, I think, on the outer table. They two have a good relationship and banter, so... Yeah, Duncan screams, I wanted to play with you.
Pasi's increased his chip lead now as well.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, 2.4 almost, I think, right?
Yeah.
And they should start speaking. What the fuck are you doing? It's a TV table. Build the game, people.
I told you Duncan wanted to get on this table.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that maybe, but it was one of the first times I'm doing this, and we're setting up the TV table and everything, and like planning who's gonna be there and what table. But
Like from Pennsylvania.
and Duncan Blake, singing cowboy, is the only one to almost, I think, to come up to me saying, "Why am I not on the TV table? How could you?" So normally, all the players, no, don't choose my table. Don't put me on the TV table, please.
You think I'm talking about poker, and I love that.
You think I'm talking about poker, and I love that.
I truly hope that Duncan makes it to this final table. We have 2 more eliminations to go before we are there, but hopefully he will be on the final table to put on his show, because
It'll be interesting.
this is what I would say. I agree with Duncan. This is what poker needs, right?
Yeah, it does. I
show.
totally agree. It should be a show, and I think it should be fun. And I think this is what a lot of people are missing now.
Yeah.
And a lot of companies are missing this as well when they do events. Mounir's got the idea it should be fun. There's various things. I'm involved with grassroots poker in the UK. That's fun.
Yeah.
It's what we try and bring to the game, and sometimes it's just too serious.
Yeah, it is.
And guys, I know it's a game. I know they're playing for big money, a lot of these guys, but it still should be fun.
Definitely, yeah. I think we all have, us poker players has a responsibility to. I mean, Duncan is now, of course, a bit joking around when he's saying, "What the f are you doing? You gotta lighten up. You have to speak." But I mean, of course, it's free of choice. How you decide to put your appearance on a TV table, but I think that if you can, and help. It's helping poker.
Yeah.
If you don't have to be standing up singing, but you maybe could just have a
little bit of banter.
Present and banter, and just.
Yeah, and I know this is down to it's getting down to nitty gritty now of the final, but it's even so, and I know these guys a lot of them had a late night.
Yeah, that's also an excuse actually for these guys. Absolutely, because we know Matthias is normally really talkative, and he's been quiet today so far. So
he looks like he had a late night.
I think so. Yeah,
because he was very loud yesterday.
Yes. Now then, Pasi, of course, using the big stack, but decision time for Mikko, who's just having some 10-11 bigs behind in the big blind now with an ace. Comes with the call. This is, of course, where it gets troublesome for Mikko, because now on the short stack he will be checking and Pasi will be continuing, and then we're in trouble. He does check behind. Surprised to see that. A small bet from Pasi would have taken this one down, I think. So surprised to see, but now he arrives with the flush draw on the turn as well. posse. And of course, a paired board is always good for ace high. So Mikko with the posse check back on the flop. I think that he's good. Let's see what he decides now, because of course a 9 is not a good card either for Mikko. Many hands that, if missing the flop, still would be favored by that 9. So not really in a spot there where he would be able to call 1/4 of his stack now just to see the river here with ace high. I think he will end up with a fold.
Yes, he knows that as well. He's playing, as you say, he's playing his stack.
Yeah.
He's going to slowly try and pick them off one by one.
Yes.
Loppasit sä pasi fulli äsken?
Riverillä oli tulossa värit.
Pronounce the names better.
So we are back with you. Just a little short commentator break here. Now we're actually just discussing with our tournament director Teresa about the setup for today. So she just walked by our little booth. We should say, if you're not here at Hilton and have seen the commentator booth, we are just outside the ballroom, not to be disturbed by any live information since we are on the delay.
It's actually not bad, this little booth.
Yeah. And actually now Jason Glatzer will be joining you, Glenn. So
He
I'll
is,
step
thank you
out
very
for a
much.
little bit, and then we'll see you guys.
I will see you in a second after your break.
Yeah.
So, yeah, welcome, Jason.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, good morning. How are you? Or good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. It looks like I missed some action. I did witness on the big screen what happened to my dear friend Krister, but I didn't see what happened in 13th place, and I'm not sure. And now I see at least the chip stacks.
So Krista basically got it in with ace queen against jacks.
Oh, cool.
And
Okay,
lost a lot of his
so
stack.
that was actually a premium hand because we saw him playing a bit differently yesterday. And then I saw the king 8 at the end.
Yeah. But we were talking about, he had 3s and folded, which I was after the ace queen, which we thought was very unusual for Krista.
Yeah.
It's been a good day. So how are you today? Are you well? Are you fresh, ready to go?
Yeah, well, up bright and early. Got that morning article out on
I saw the article.
Poker.pro
Very
and
good.
on OlyBet events. I would check it out. It gives a nice summary of what happened yesterday, not only in this event, but overall. Martin Pick was a trophy winner, another friend of mine, a local Estonian. I gave him a nice shout out in that article as well. So if you're from Estonia or you want to know what's going on here, in this event, just check it out. It's a quick, nice, easy read, and there'll be updates every day.
Yeah, no, it's good articles there. As Jason says, we're going on Poker Pro and OlyBet. It's good. So how do you think the week's going so far? This is fun.
But hold on a second, because Felix actually has a decision. Mr. Fake Husband here. He's got, I don't see why he would call here. Even with Mikko having a wider range even than Ace Deuce for half his stack, but he's making a decision of it. Maybe he just wants to make sure it's not like 155, which, yeah, you should probably call there. But do you want to blow up nearly half your stack with King 9 suited? And Felix, a very experienced player, learned a little bit, not more about him from his fake wife, but from our dear colleague Maureen, that he's a very popular player in the German community. I'm not going to give away, let's say, other information because I don't know. It's the rest of the information I didn't research to see if it's publicly disclosed, and without permission of the player, we're seeing that it's publicly disclosed. But let's just say he's a well-known guy. I met him before. He's a nice guy, just like Sarah's very nice. It's a nice couple. but didn't know his popularity in,
really?
in the German poker
Okay,
community.
that's interesting. He was it was Felix had the jacks against Krista, so he's not long had the stack.
Okay, so it happens. You know, it's what are you going to do? Full jacks? Yeah.
No, you're not doing that. It's,
Not against Chris. There's infinite range.
well, it was Felix that shipped, and Krista just snapped him off. So it was.
That was a 3-bet ship, I assume.
yeah.
Though.
Yeah.
So Krista opened ship.
Yeah.
And Miko, I like this actually. You're near the final table bubble. You don't want to just raise off a 13 big blind stack. I know that if I had George in here, or if I even had Rasmus in here, he would probably say you can just raise here, which you can. But if you raise and Felix is going to 3-bet shove over you, and then what do, right? You're kind of in a weird spot. So Felix may think this is too strong to fold. He's probably not thinking this long if it's like ace-9 suited, although we just see him tank on a king-9 suited. But this is for a lot more. This is for a 13 big blind
It's a lot. It's a lot. I think he's calling this.
He might be. From a chip EV perspective, it's a clear call.
Yeah, it's cool.
But
yeah.
from an ICM perspective, with 11 left, it's hard to say, especially with Cilliander behind you. But Cilliander is not going to go wild in the early cap pot.
He's been very quiet this morning, Matthias. Very quiet.
So let's see if Felix becomes a chip millionaire. Let's see if Mika can double up and survive. We could be on the final table bubble. And it's a queen out of the window, so good news for the short stack. Just needs to fade that ace. And it's the 5 of diamonds. So we have a double up by Miko, up to 820,000, and now Felix in a little bit of trouble with just 10 big blinds. He's, mugging the short stacks, and now it's time to sweat a little bit. You want to make the final table. You want to climb up those ladders until you get a spot to go on that roller coaster upswing. But it's also hard to be patient on a short stack, so it's a sweaty spot. And I'm glad Sarah wasn't in the booth to witness the bad beat. Not that it was the baddest of bad beats.
Well, yeah.
But still, he made the gutsy call. As I said, from a chip EV perspective, it's an easy call. From a ICM perspective, with 11 left, without running everything through a calculator with all the payouts and having everybody's chip stack, let's just say I think it's close. I don't even know if it's close. It may be a clear fold, actually.
You're very good at these stats. I mean, that's why I like working with this. I just sit and be quiet. I just talk about other stuff. Your stats are brilliant. I mean, if you got that in your head, that's probably correct. I would have called that as a play. I don't think I would have thought that long for that.
As a big stack, though, you can put pressure on players the other way.
Yeah.
So to do a passive call, even if you think you're good, is not always the smart move. So that's
okay.
And then from an ICM perspective, how that works is it's not just taking a chip is worth X fixed. You have to take all the payouts and the pay jumps into account. And when you take out all the lost future value that Felix now has, and you put that into the calculation that maybe he has like a overall 55 to 60% edge in the hand, it may be a fold actually. I mean, mathematically speaking, putting his opponent on a wider range than the king-queen suited. You have to toss in a few other hands in there that might be lighter, like even a queen-jack suited, maybe even king-queen off, maybe jack-10 suited. We don't really know what Miko's range is, which makes this whole process imperfect.
Yeah, sure. So one thing I need to learn all about EVs and everything else. I play more of a social game of poker.
Yeah, I mean, what you need to learn when you're not playing in a pub game, because when I played in your fun Red Tooth game over in Lisa's pub, I mean, it was a really good time, but to waste any time ranging a single one of those freaking players, I mean, it was. I mean, I couldn't even range myself because I was just having fun along with everybody else, right?
Mad, absolutely mad.
But if you're playing in a 500-pound main event,
it's different.
Or over in England, or you're playing in the 1K main event, which Day 1B just started here. you can certainly range players. Their range may be infinite like Krister, but you know that at least. And,
Yeah, that's true.
And then you use that information to develop strategies in your play. And over time, when you're thinking that way, it becomes more intuitive. And it's not something I do perfectly, but you know, when you're playing a lot of online hands, it does basically force you to sink in. And I obviously have a lot of smart people around me that I can ask questions
yeah, I
to
know
when
you
I
have.
want
Yeah,
to.
when you need to. That does help, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm not taking advantage of that often, actually, and I should.
You should, because
I'm not even talking to our strategy person about strategy. And
so our strategy person is going to give me some lessons, apparently, with all this stuff. So, interesting.
our strategy person may be having too much fun this weekend, but that's a different story.
Yeah.
But back to the action, folks. We have finally a flop. I think this is the first one since I've joined the stream. And Miko with a piece after defending the big blind. He knows Cilliander's button range. These two have played together countless times over the years. Isn't just an ace there. It's very far from it. The problem is Cilliander is continuing on a high frequency when he doesn't hit, but he's also going to continue in a high frequency with that middle pair too. So it's not that the 10 should be a scare card. But after he checks back, he's obviously scared, and Miko's going to have to try to get some value now after Cilliander checked back. And Cilliander's not going to be happy about it because his opponent has a lot of 8-9s and other hands. But if he bets big, then you'll watch Cilliander actually fold.
Okay. I mean, that's a great,
I'll be surprised if he doesn't. But
indication.
if he's betting like 130 to 150, Cilliander's not going to be thrilled, but he's going to call. And this is small. This is maybe 135, but let's see. And look at that, 130, and Cilliander getting away from it.
He called, I think.
Oh, he did call?
He did call, yeah. He called him up. Yeah, he did call.
Okay.
He did call.
I was impressed for a second because, and that bet sizing, it's screaming value.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of like a blocker bet. I'm just playing the board. Just kind of bet as well.
It's a good bet. It was a good bet to get paid, to be honest. All in gets the fold straight away, I think.
If Cilliander thought more about it, I don't know if he... I think he still would have called. But if he's not putting his opponent on that many bluffs with 11 left in that spot, 130,000 may not sound like a lot with 4 big blinds, but 4 big blinds is kind of meaningful at this stage, actually.
But this goes to the final table as well.
And it's not big enough to push your opponent off the hand. And therefore, how often is he bluffing? Is he bluffing, 5% of the time, in which case you actually would fold if that's what you think.
Yeah.
I played countless hands of limit mix games over the years in cash format, just growing up on it for fun. And, you find yourself sometimes, in a spot where you're just thinking, well, I'm never possibly good, and showing a fairly okay hand, when you have like 10-1 odds, to make that final call.
Talking about mixed games, until we see something here, I've just experienced your mixed games, the Poker Pros mixed games. Your new formats all over the place.
Yeah, I'm having a little fun, Glenn.
I know you are. It's great.
I can't even go to play them, but I did. This is the first time I'm missing, actually, but I had a whole new format as well. But I'm actually inspired, and I mentioned this to Teresa, that it's actually inspiration from here.
Oh, okay.
So you're well aware that I won the pot limit stud high-low pot limit trophy on the same day that we won the Global Poker Awards.
That's right, yeah.
It was a very special day, a very special moment, and I've played my share of stud, of course, but I've never played a pot limit tournament in either one of those formats before, and it was a lot of ballers and a lot of fun. And I'm just thinking, well, I've already done pot limit deuce 7 triple draw with Teresa, and she's the one that's putting all the creative stuff.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Someone like me that's putting a couple of things. It seems a little special, but it's because of Teresa.
Because of Teresa, where it was started. Yeah.
It's all because of Teresa, So she deserves some credit there for what she's contributed to. Even what you see at some of the other festivals that are featuring mixed games.
Yep.
they got the power. A lot of them, they're powering mixed games themselves. I mean, I could look at Malta, which is independent of Teresa, to be fair.
Yeah.
But outside of the Maltese area, I would largely say because of the events that have been held here in mixed games and with the enthusiasm shown, it's empowered other festival organizers to leverage off that to push it in their own directions as well. So
To move on.
I can't give enough credit to Teresa. I'll eventually sit down and write about all this one day when, probably a year or two from now, when we really see mixed games more
Please
developed
do,
here.
because we're having fun watching what you've created, and some of the Poker Pro stuff's going out now.
Yeah, I just don't
Which
have
is
time
great.
to write that much anymore, Glenn.
I know, you're a busy man.
I like to do it, but
I know
I
you
mean,
do.
I like to do it when it's interesting topics. I don't like to write about, the latest promo on XYZ. I like to tell people about that promo if I think it's a good promo, but to write about it is not
game.
necessarily spurring any of the creative juices.
No, you've written some very creative stuff over the years. And I know how much you enjoy writing articles and doing various things, but I know you're very busy now as CEO.
Yeah, times have
It's
changed.
not just articles now, it's everything else. But it's good. It's good. There's some great stuff, content coming out.
I get to share things that I've learned along my way, whether I've implemented them or not, with various people. We have a good team, and people are teaching me stuff on a daily basis as well, so it's not just a one-way
traffic,
activity.
yeah.
We have a lot of respect going in all directions.
Good team. You need a good team to keep things going. That's what it works.
So
Yes,
Guillermo, who was chip leader at one point yesterday and started today as the short stack, has chipped up a little bit and putting himself in maybe an awkward spot because he's under the gun, but it is shorthanded, remember. I don't remember if it's 5 or 6 at this table, but if it's 5, he's opening actually from the hijack. So if it was a full ring table, I'd be questioning this more, actually. And Miko, he's inviting the big stack to just toss in a light 3-bet here. And then is Guillermo prepared to 4-bet shove or play king-queen out of position or just fold? That's why I don't necessarily like, even from the hijack, and open off this stack size when you know that the final table is going to start fairly soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to start very soon. It's getting very close. Should be an interesting final table as well.
It's probably on the bubble because I think the clock is paused at the moment.
Okay.
But right now we just see the minutes, so we'll double check when it pans over to another player. But Miko just calls, so Guillermo not in, at least gets to see a flop, but he's going to play this entire hand out of position with 2 callers now.
Wow.
I mean, if it's a queen high flop, it's happy days for Guillermo because Posse has Lutz, starting the day, I believe, in second place to another Posse, and Posse Sormunen.
Oh, okay. The chip leader's on the outer table.
Yeah, there was 2 Posses up top and then the singing cowboy in third.
Okay. Our entertaining.
But look at this flop for
Okay.
Miko. It's just going to be a massive double up here.
wow.
It's just finish on finish crime.
This is
I feel
mad.
I'm laughing, but I feel bad for Posse. I mean, it's he's gonna bet here. I mean, I'm actually surprised. I'm actually a little bit surprised Guillermo didn't take a stab based on the aggressive open from under the gun. But
Yep.
I think it was too crazy of a flop, so that's why I stopped what I was saying there.
Is he going to flat call here? Is he going to?
He should just call. If he thinks his opponent has a set, he should probably even just call. There's no reason to jack it up at the moment.
No point at all because I know we can see what's going on, but it's ridiculous.
No, but if you put him on a set of 8s or even the 5-6, you want, he'll get a call if you shove there, of course. But if you're putting him on a 9-10, he's
that's
going
true.
to fold that, and now he's maybe going to bet that 9-10 or bet that 9-jack, that he aggressively bet with 1 heart or something similar. we can see it's much different. That Posse is just trapped. You know, I don't think there's any possibility for him to get away. The only way he can get away is if he doesn't bet a lot here.
That's 450? No, 475, is it?
Yeah. And now Miko can really shove if he... No, it's lighter. Because it's only 500 to call, so it's a 290 bet. So I was gonna say that now he could shove because of the price odds, and if the 5%er that, you know, his opponent folds, you know, so be it. And that's only because Miko's out of position in this hand, and to ensure that he gets max value, it's going to be very ballsy for him to check. Yeah, I like this still.
Passer doesn't like it. He knows. He might get
It was 500. It's only 290 to call. So that was what I said. It's just there's no Passy's calling with just anything here, even a bear 9, let alone, you know, the third highest possible hand with the queen high flush. It's just unfortunate, but at the same time, it's fortunate Posse will have still plenty of chips to spare.
Wow.
He's going to be still in the top half of the field.
Yep. What a spot. What's a spot?
927.
I don't like, but I have to go.
It's actually more, as I heard 920.
Yep.
So it's even a bigger
than you
call.
thought.
Yeah. But he had to call, but he could fold something there. Not most of his range.
He's not getting away from that. It's,
Yeah, this we know. We knew as soon as we saw what happened on the flop what was going to happen.
Nice hand.
A board double pairing would have saved Posse from complete destruction. That would have maybe been it.
He's really built up because he was short on chips earlier on.
Yeah, Miko was nearly out the door
Yeah.
in 11th with the king-queen against ace-10 with both players holding hearts. It seems like when hearts are involved, Miko wins pots.
He's getting there.
We don't know if he's overall chip leader at the moment, but we do know that he is the table captain, commanding table captain as well.
He certainly is.
He's probably not too thrilled about the dealer change. You know, I don't think he actually minds, but if you're superstitious, you wouldn't like it. But here we go. You know, it's like Felix and Guillermo. You know, even if I'm Felix, I'm just hoping I don't have to pay the blind before we're on the final table. You know, it's actually okay to go down to 3.4 big blinds if you think that'll get you to the final table. You know, it's not optimal, not ideal, but you shouldn't necessarily be taking every marginal spot, even as the shortest in this kind of field where not everybody cares about a min cash.
Yeah.
Where I'm pretty sure Felix does, and I'm pretty sure Guillermo does, even though the win is much more meaningful, that they play mathematically enough
to know
that a min cash being double the buy-in, you know, it's silly to piss that away.
Sure.
Now, you're talking to somebody that soft bubbles
live
tournaments for a living until, you know, that whole UK experience until I went on that really nice run. It was like 5 soft bubbles in a row and then cashing in 6 events in a row with the win, you know, but, you know.
That's how you do it. I just see Duncan's at the table. He was looking to see what's going on. So I wonder how much chips Duncan's got.
But that would fall into the category where I wasn't crying about soft bubbles outside of one event where I maybe moaned a little bit. So Felix
made a move there.
From the button.
He's made a move.
Let's go, Felix.
Right,
This may work. Let's wait for the hand because we may have
a buster.
Yeah, I mean, if he's called, he's going to be behind. We know that. I think Cilliander's folding, and we don't know what Guillermo has as another short stack.
That is true. It could be 2 short stacks, but
I mean, if Guillermo wakes up with 8s or better, then we're going to see something, maybe even lighter than that, because there's some double value in eliminating, you know, the short stack and getting to the final table. From the button,
he's thinking about this.
From the button, I'm not sure I'm actually doing this in this spot, just because you have a few hands before you get into the blinds.
He's kind of cool.
He is going to call. This is a bold move. So he's putting Felix on a pretty wide range. And, Guillermo would have folded with his 10-9, but don't expect to see a 9, folks. There's only one left in the deck. And that may have been burned as well. We don't know. We could know if we were paying better attention.
It's early. It's an early day.
But it's a king right there, right now. And going to need a pair of runners for Felix, who's been fabulous to watch throughout the last 2 days. But now he's drawing dead.
Yeah, lucky Felix.
And, good game to Felix. At least was able to ladder up a spot. You had to find the spot. I said you could maybe wait, but I understand. You really don't want to go with just one crumb in your stack to the final table either. And even in a short-handed, aggressive table spot, it's okay. But very good game, and
it's a good move.
Cillian, they're showing balls of steel like we know him of, and making the correct situational call, we shall say, and up to 825,000, which is. Okay, guys, so we have the final table reached. We'll have some chip counts in 20 minutes. We'll see you soon. I want to thank Glenn Brown for subbing in for me and allowing me to finish my work. And
you're more than welcome.
And to then sub in for Wise Guy to allow him to do some final table work as well. So you're 2 in 1.
It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. Thank you. I'm sure at some point I'll come and say hi to you guys a little later on. I'm going to shoot off and do some work today as well. We have some interviews to do and have some fun. I'm going to go and talk to some celebrity poker players today.
Okay, looking forward to seeing that.
Thank you very much for having me again.
On social media. Take care, Glenn.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Poker festival in Northern Europe. Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments. 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Whatever you want to say about Scotty today, he is on the verge of poker's most prestigious championship.
The only man. The river card now. It is a 4, and Scotty Nguyen is the horse world champion.
Good play, baby.
Yeah, baby.
This man right here, I have to give him credit. This young man right here, he can play. The last couple of years, he showed the world. He can come out and play some poker and deal with a big boy.
Well, it's not even over yet. We're getting speeches here.
I love this.
All right.
I like what he said. A lot of heart right there. But it's all coming down to this card. What's it going to be?
If it's not a queen, Scotty's going to win.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title.
Oh my God. Scotty just moved all in. I think Scotty has a 9 here. And I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
You think Kevin could have an overcard?
I don't have any idea. This is a very interesting hand here.
You par gonna be all over, baby.
I call. I play the board.
Kevin calls.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped down 9s here, and he just checked it.
Just needling him for having a full stack.
This man here is telling us how good he is and how much money he has, and now look at his stack. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Tell you what, Phil. I think I'll bust you right now. Bust you. Did the rebuy.
Don't want many live tells back in this cash game.
Julian. But you flop twice. I have a 5.
Listen, let's teach you something about money management. He gave me, I think it was a $1,000 bankroll.
So I was like, listen, I'm gonna put your money in 7 different envelopes. So if you lose one envelope, you'd be done. You know, that's it. If you win, you just hold the money and you open the next envelope the next day and they have more money to work with.
After the first day, Rob coming back to the room and he sees all 7 envelopes open after the first day.
No, the first time where I saw, like, this guy's an animal. Like, he can't help himself.
I like to spend money, I like to have fun, I like to enjoy myself. I still would definitely open the 7 envelopes today.
It's over, we're in. It's over, right? It's over! We won, let's go!
Wait a minute.
It's not over, Grinder.
Mikey, wait a minute. He's got board pairs. Are we reading the board wrong? Hang on a minute.
It's over? Oh, it's a 9. Shit, I didn't know that. Shit. I didn't think 2 pairs.
Everybody relax.
This would be a catastrophic swing if the board were to pair the ace or the 9 here and give Wozniak the double.
Mikey, baby.
No ace or 9. No ace or 9. No ace or 9.
That's all it would take. And it's over.
Wow, Sootla. Sootla. Run like Sootla. This guy really does.
He's gonna close this one on one hand.
I mean, he could do, right? Straight away.
A long break.
Covers by 400k.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, so
Now we don't want to see that king.
No, he doesn't want to see the king, and he doesn't want to see a jack either. And that's a safe card for him. So a jack, 7, or a queen. That's what the Japanese player is looking for here.
poker festival in Northern Europe. Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments. 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final table of the 3,500 euro Legends of the Game. This is No Filter Poker Series, baby. It's time to announce and meet our final 9. And starting in seat number 1, from Finland, Pasi Lahinen. Joining him from Finland in seat number 2, our overnight chip leader, now on the final table, Pasi Sormunen. Not from Finland, not from this planet even maybe. In seat number 3, all the way from over there, this is the singing cowboy, Duncan Blake.
A red door and it's painted Duncan Blake. No colors anymore, I ate them by mistake.
There we go. And for you, following him, players, feel free to do a song as well. You don't have to though. In seat number 4, from Finland as well, this is Mikko Ylimäki. And why change country when we're on Finland? Let's bring in seat number 5 as well from the same country, Tommi Lankinen.
Tommi.
And we should say Mikko Ylimäki in seat number 4 is our current chip leader with 2.5 million. And now Tommy takes his seat as well. It's time then to introduce in seat number 6 from Spain, living in Estonia, this is Guillermo Gordo. So, enough with that international touch. Let's get back to Finland. In seat number 7, this is the guy who was almost singing yesterday, been a bit more quiet today, but maybe we have a change coming. This is Mattias Siljander.
One more song! Sing! Drink! Skål!
Staying in Finland, in seat number 8, and record holder by having the most letters in his name, at least on this final table. This is Antti Mikael Mäki-Frenti. And concluding the final table, there shouldn't be a final table in a high-stakes tournament in Tallinn if it wasn't for, we've been missing this guy, he's on everyone. This is from Finland, Roope Tarmi. That is our final 9. Of course, this will be live streamed as well on OlyBet Poker, so feel free to spread the word. And I'll leave it over to the tournament director, Anna, to shortly start and do the shuffle up and deal. Good luck, players. Enjoy, and remember, have fun.
Welcome back, everybody. Amazing intro by my co-host here in the commentating booth, Andreas Wise Guy Hoagland. This is Jason Glatzer, and what's about to begin is the climax of the 3,500 Legends of the Game here at the No Filter Poker Series. There is a whopping 85,400 euro top prize on the line, but players have already locked up 9,451 euros, so Ernie will go home a little bit happy, but obviously 85,000 reasons to be happier, Andreas. So
definitely, yeah. As you said, Jason, time to reach the climax, finally. So yeah,
and we have a new chip leader, and it was Mikko Ylimäki. I think it was after that last hand that we saw to oust Felix Silentag, whose partner Sarah has joined us yesterday in the booth in 10th place. And now the dynamic is going to be completely different. ICM is going to be completely in a lot of players' heads, but not everybody. Certainly Roope, Siljander, possibly Blake are more interested in the trophy. I'm not saying they're going to completely ignore really like disastrous ICM blow-ups, but they will probably be playing more of a chip EV type of format.
Yeah, and 2 flags. Find the 2 wrongs in this picture, or the 7 wrongs. What do you say?
Well, there's one that's definitely wrong at the very end, but I know what you were trying to say. But yeah. Guillermo's an Estonian resident. Maybe he has an Estonian passport, but he's definitely, has Spain and I believe his Hendon mob and I believe I've even spoken Spanish to him in the past. You know?
Yeah, he
So,
told me he's from Spain, but he's been living here in Tallinn for a few years, actually. So he's allowed to fly the Estonian flag, but of
it's
course...
no different than me. I fly the Lithuanian flag just because I've lived there for almost 20 years. I'm given permission to, just because the citizenship is quite difficult, actually. But maybe Guillermo is an Estonian citizen by now. I know he does like it here.
Yeah, and now he actually
Right
shoves it right away. King Jack suited, early position, but of course, nice hand.
I believe it came in as the short stack, right? So,
yeah,
you know, this isn't bad, actually. This is standard.
It makes it a non-all-in, but still.
Yeah, the betting size you can debate, but it's still a shove whether...
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Action right away with Duncan on the 9, so we will have a...
Wasting no time.
Flip here right away, first hand at the final table.
So Duncan, right away, not even thinking. I mean, 9's as strong it was going to call, but...
yeah, but as you said, also he's here to change the trophy, I think, and he's fine with that flop. 2 queens and a 3, so still way ahead with the 9s. Need a king or a jack only. Oh, not to be, and first hand out. The Finn domination is even more now, because we have 8 players left, and 7 of them then is from Finland. Only Duncan Blake still not the only non-Finnish player left at the table and the tournament.
Maybe he'll quickly get his Finnish citizenship just so we can have an all-Finnish affair. But I want to give congratulations to Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes. It was a nice run, 9,451 euros in this very difficult field of 101 entries. Something to be proud about for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so here you see the updated chip count. Duncan now up to 3rd place in chips. So
should we ask the chat who they're rooting to win?
Yeah, sure.
It's been a little bit quiet there today. I just checked in on it during the break, and we have payouts and we have afternoon gents from Wilco Wilkins. So good afternoon to you too, sir.
Yeah, I think me and Glenn actually forgot to mention that you can connect with us through the OlyBet Poker YouTube chat if you're watching on that channel.
I gave away a hoodie yesterday.
Yeah, we did. We have to remember to also ship that one. Probably find a way to give out a hoodie today as well.
Well, what we could do is if people that are watching now can get into a contest, you can't pick the same winner that somebody else has already picked.
Okay, so it's first come, first serve.
First serve, and if that player winds up winning the event, whether you're here or not, the team at No Filter will figure out how to get you a hoodie.
Yeah, good idea. So first one in the YouTube OlyBet Poker chat to name your winner, and that person is actually the winner eventually in the afternoon. You are eligible to pick up a hoodie or get one sent to you. The No Filter Poker Series hoodie.
And before anybody asks, it's 1 entry per person, so don't just spam all 8 remaining players.
Oh, no, exactly. Don't log into your grandmother's account trying to cheat. Just 1 name, please, per person. As our
reminiscing old JJ Prodigy, 2-decade-old scandals.
And here we have Anna correcting the chair of Guillermo, who is out. Anna is the tournament director of this event and this tournament. And we have a dealer change coming as well, by the looks of it. Yes. And now down to 8 then. And next one, 11,000 something for the 8th place finisher, and 85K up top. That's a big one, Jason.
Yeah. Somebody's going to have a happy night tonight.
Yeah, I think most of these guys are, but
they're already having
the
a happy
Finns
time.
aren't really getting started yet. You know, Matthias is having an apple juice back there, but the other guy seems rather quiet so far.
Matthias, I think, has been going since the beginning of yesterday and hasn't stopped. But we've seen him do that so many times and win tournaments from beginning to end.
Finish, because I eats me spinach. I'm Python the Sailor Man. Toot toot.
Singing Cowboy maybe didn't get enough sleep last night either, but he's going to entertain us, I'm pretty sure, thanks to that. But that was a new tune by Singing Cowboy.
Yeah, he's good with this, just coming up with words, right, to include.
Maniac on the floor. And I'm calling like I've never called before, yeah. I'm a maniac on the floor. Very kind. Very kind. You're so kind to them. It's cool to see. I'm just playing my game. The No Filter Poker Series. Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself? Where else is there in this world for me? Where? Oh, dealer, I asked you to have mercy. I asked you to have pity on my kind. We are the proud people.
Displaying his theatrical skills on top
We are
of his
allowed
musical
yes.
entourage.
This guy should be on Broadway.
And we await your further instructions.
Even Rupert Tarmi's laughing. I haven't seen him smile since 1989.
At least he's off the poker table. He's smiling.
Yeah, I know. I mean, on the tables, yes. Sorry, not to point him out as a boring person, just as he's very composed when he's on our TV tables normally. But yeah.
But we have a pop brewing between Ante Mikel and Mr. Cowboy. And right now, Mr. Cowboy should be able to get away from this.
Yeah. Did call the flop bet though, but did not pick up any added outs with any flush draw on the turn. So another bet from Ante Mikel here is probably gonna get it done. As he's sizing up the chips, 25k chips. So that should be 130. The 5k red one added on top.
Oddly enough, I wouldn't have minded a check there unless he's worried about the flush draw, to some degree. But maybe that's the fact that I see what Duncan has is influencing that in my head. But I don't mind a check back on the turn, and then if it's check, you try for a bigger value on the river.
Yeah, there's the fold.
Nice double barrel, but nice double barrel with a very strong hand, connecting with the king. Rupe is definitely holding back a big smile. He's trying not to laugh. But we have some votes now. We have Finn in green shirt, which I think is Mika, who had the chip lead. So that's by QCC.
That's not a brave guess, but still allowed.
It's still allowed. We said first come, first
Yeah,
serve.
absolutely.
It's a very GTO guess. Although I'm gonna give a sneak peek that I personally would go with the gentleman in the red hoodie or the blue hoodie. Nothing against Mikko. He's done it on these stakes before. I'm just saying that those two are on a special level. Regardless of who that was on this final table, these guys would be above average.
I'm going to go with the guy here in the middle, white hoodie, seat number 2, Posse.
Posse, also a very strong player. It's anyone's game, even.
But with that said, I hope Duncan makes it far on the final table, at least to top 3, because I want to enjoy his game and his antics.
So we have a guess for Duncan.
Okay.
And we have another one after I propped up Siljander a little bit, but I think it came at the same time for Siljander as well.
And speaking about him, he will be 3-betting now. Or what? Oh, I thought he was. Okay, he in and fold. Okay, so he was folding, open folding the queen, ace queen. I didn't see him jam.
I don't think Siljander's ever open folded ace queen, but it wouldn't have been an open fold anyway. It would have been whether he was 3-bet or calling, and and he's almost never calling in that spot.
True. Here we go with the updated chip count. Then you can see Mikko still way up in front, 2.5, and Rupe Tarmi, the shortest stack on the table with 12 bigs in front of him, as we are on the 40K blind level.
What kind of odds do I get betting on Rupe? Although I should check that he's still in real time before doing that. But
he gets 6.5 on Rupe.
That's it. He has 12 big blinds.
Yeah, but he's one of the strongest players, and a double up, and he's top 3. Top 4, so
yeah, that's not a bet I'm taking. Sorry, Rupe. It's not.
But we're not all bad.
I'm not getting the wise bet, the smart guy. What do they say? Sharp. It's not a sharp bet.
No,
not at 6.5.
No, I am the Emperor America. I was crowned in Las Vegas, the World Series of Poker on July 4th, 2025. Yet I am merciful and kind. And I take accountability for my past transgressions.
Maybe we could
I
just
wonder what
sit
his past
back, Jason.
transgressions are. If
Yeah,
we're
you
sitting
get
back,
curious,
we should almost mic him into us, but then we can't talk any hands because we're giving him free information and telling him what his opponents have. But
true,
just so he can answer some of our questions in 30-minute delay time. The ethics behind all that obviously won't allow us to do that, but it would be fun.
Yeah.
And Ante Mikel jamming the lot with ace-jack, finding a good spot with Mikko's, I wouldn't say loose open, but an open that he can't call a 3-bet shove to with 9-8 suited. So the man with the most letters at the final table now still doesn't have the most chips, but picked up a risk-free pot there. If the Cowboy bus, even though it's English only,
Yeah,
here,
might be Finnish only, right?
they should, if they have a Finnish dealer.
Yes.
You know,
So then we have
problem
to
isn't
bring in
always the
Finnish
players.
commentators as well, then, because my Finnish is not that good.
No, we have Finnish people. Teresa
Teresa has to step in. Yes. Oh, Ace King.
Teresa
now.
and Juha Helppi.
Yes. So that's a 80k min race from.
No, but we can get Rasmus.
Oh yeah, true.
Rasmus is doing a very good job when he's guesting as commentating. He can do this
Absolutely.
professionally at some stage with a little bit of fine tuning.
But sevens for Tommy. So this is an interesting spot because they have the exact same stacks to start the hand. These two and cut-off position against an early under the gun race with sevens. It's a tough spot, right, Jason?
Yeah, it's not standard at all, and it's. I have no idea how much these two have played together. A call is a conservative option. You want the button to fold in, so at least you can play the hand in position, where you're not just representing some pocket pairs. There'll be some suited connectors that also play this the same way. He can take out the top of his range, though, by just calling in the cutoff, because Tommy should never just be fighting with aces or kings. But we've seen some tricky plays in this 3,500 event that go a little bit, next level, beyond next level. That it's hard to really say, but very good flop for Ace King here.
Yep, can't complain.
And seven still has something to think about facing a bet here because it's only one overcard. So
Yeah.
good in two ways for Posse.
How do you spell Viking?
Yeah, it's like a dream flop, and he
But he
also
checks it.
checks it.
Where's your crown?
Interesting.
When you're the pre-flop aggressor and you hit, maybe he's thinking if I
lining
check,
up for a
Tommy's going to
check
put me
raise.
on an ace queen, ace jack,
Yeah,
and I'll get a bet from those pocket pairs, which are the most likely candidate to play it the way that Tommy did.
Yeah, I think Posse is putting Tommy on pretty much the exact
Because
hand
it's
he
a
has.
cutoff and not the
Oh,
button.
what's this? Look.
Wow, so Posse,
Wow.
if Posse just bet like 1/3 of the pot, I think Tommy's still calling. So actually Posse may have saved himself money by not betting the flop. I don't think Tommy would have gotten out of the way. So it's not that a free card, it's still, I don't think it would have been a free card. I think it still would have been a card.
Yeah.
But now Posse waiting too long to bet.
Posse is now coming with a 100k bet on the turn instead, and let's see now then for Tommy.
It's a call, because after he checks over the flop, you're hoping that he's bluffing actually with an ace queen. You're not putting him on an ace king.
Really nice.
And now you're hoping ace king queen actually, which is one of those flatting candidates. No, but Posse raise, but it's definitely one of the suited. It's one of the under the gun opening candidates.
Any honey wine, but you should be drinking mead, not ale. You should be drinking mead in Valhalla, not ale made
That's
by
a
American
300k bet. He will not be happy facing the race now from Tommy. Not expecting it either, I think.
And he should just shove it actually with Posse having 870 back and 760 in the pot. I mean, he can make it. He can leave him with some chips if he wants to, if he thinks he's more likely to get a call.
I have given my message to my friend, and now I'm quiet.
But you almost have to assume that if Posse's calling for a min click, he's also calling for a max click, but I could be wrong on that. I don't like leaving chips out there, though, so that's why I'm shoving,
Yeah.
And play us in the
And Posse being actually a very good player, it serves a second purpose that you're making actually the final table slightly softer by him getting out. Maybe. Yeah, he's just going to shove it.
Yeah, pretty much.
He maybe took too long to come to that decision because now it doesn't look like a bluff at all.
No.
It doesn't even look like it's like just top paired. You know, it looks like it's at least king, queen, or better, unless you think Tommy is capable of bluffing with air. He's not doing this with pocket eights, I don't think.
No.
He may call, but I don't think he's even in the hand anymore with pocket eights. He's just folding on the river.
And Tommy went for the 1.1 mil not all-in raise, so if Posse were to call this one, he will be left with just a few big blinds, but I don't think he will find the call here. I think he understands that.
It's so hard to fold in real time, this one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Because he got the dream flop, and
if there wasn't ICM, he would have called already.
Yeah.
Because of ICM and the fact
he's talking
the pay
about
jumps get
do you have
steep.
deuces, he says, so it's pretty much...
He's in the right neighborhood.
Yeah.
Deuces would play it the same.
Yeah.
Threes would play it the same. Check is definitely on a dry board like this. You want to not just get away and have a min pot that you won with your set. You want the pre-flop aggressor to take some action on the turn, in which case then you can take control. And this is the difference between playing online and live. You have to make your decision much faster, and it may have led to an impulsive call. And I'm kind of agreeing with you, Wise Guy. He's thinking about this long enough where he's going to talk himself into a fold and then wondering if he made the right play. It's both Posse and Tommy strike me as players that are thinking mathematically quite a bit.
Yeah.
Rupe I know is. But Rupe I know is not necessarily, ICM is maybe not the priority, the first priority. It is in his thought process.
Sorry guys.
Posse apologizing, but nobody's
I don't
called the
think he
clock.
has to, no.
Even the Cowboys been quiet for you.
Yeah, giving the respect and the time, so liking that.
People understand this is a spot for potentially your tournament life, even though you have crumbs left.
Yeah.
They don't even know that at this point because unless they're counting the chips, we see the numbers. They only see the physical chips. But they understand this is a big moment for Posse Linton. Also big for Tommy Lankinen. He definitely wants to call at this point. The stalling has been long enough
now
where
he
he's
knows
now
for sure
he knows
it's
exactly
not
what
kings or
Posse has.
queens, yeah.
Because Posse's calling with king queen probably. So he knows exactly what Posse has. He's not thinking about ace queen this long.
Yeah, it's ace king or aces, but yeah.
There we go.
Fold.
Very nice fold there by Posse. And I know we both said he's going to come to that conclusion, but that doesn't make it any easier what he just did there.
No, absolutely not. But just guessing, but yeah.
That's
so.
awfully difficult to do in real time.
And Posse, if you're rewatching this later on, you'll be happy with your decision, of course. And yeah, that magic 7 on the turn for Tommy.
So another, let's say, check mark in my mental head on Posse, who I've really only seen, at recent events, even though he's been around, and he kind of caught my eye as another strong player that I asked a little bit to Juhani about during the, it was either the WSOP circuit or the Kings.
Yeah.
Speaking of Kings, how convenient, what's next?
Kings of Vilnius.
And do you know the dates of the Kings of Vilnius, Wise Guy? Because I may not, even though I live there.
My best guess is the 14th to 22nd.
I think it's 15th, no, 14th and 23rd, I think.
23rd even, okay.
And when do you arrive at Wise Guy? Because you're going to be making your first appearance to Vilnius.
Yes, I am. I think I arrive on the 14th, right? Because I'm leaving the 17th. Yeah, I can only be there for a couple of days. Just 14th to 17th, you can expect my presence.
We have another legend joining us. Maybe not a Hold'em legend like these guys, but just a legend in the poker community here, and Peter Bergman. So it's good to see him in the house as well.
Yeah, good to see that he hasn't visited a hairdresser this year either. So yeah, nice
that's
to
good,
see him.
and it makes you look better because you've been to a hairdresser recently.
Now then, Antti Mikael with tens after the early race from Pasi. Pasi trying it again then, under the gun. Oh, sorry, this is the other Pasi, of course. Sormunen now under the gun, but it's early Pasi race at least. And another pair, so let's see if it goes down the same way. Oof. Tough spot for Rupe now. The perfect spot normally to get it in, but it won't be against...
It's perfect here. It's a squeeze.
Yeah, I mean, but it won't be when the tens call him.
Yeah,
That's the
he's going to wind up on the rail, but there's only one play here.
Yeah, sure. He's on the short stack, and he's been waiting for this, and he just got a call. And
and another ace-jack by the other Pasi. We just saw one.
He got so sick of folding ace-jack, he had to run away and puke in the background, right? No, not really, but yeah, maybe.
Perhaps, actually. It's like, I have another hand. This would have been a perfect squeeze spot.
What are you doing to me? Oh, he's back looking good, but
Pasi's all in. This may actually be good for Rupe because, I mean, Antti Mikael has to be, what the heck? Wow.
It's off to a race instead of total domination for Rupe with the tens.
And we've seen an ace and a jack already out there, so the nines are looking pretty all of a sudden.
They are, yeah. So anyone in the chat has these guys?
I have Rupe.
Oh, yeah, but you're not allowed to compete.
Oh, man,
Do we have anyone in the chat who has Rupe?
No.
Oh, no? Okay.
Can I put it in the chat?
Late. You can do if he get. Now you can put it in the chat.
Okay, come on, Rupe. We got a 9 coming.
We need to work it.
There's
only one left as well, as you can see.
Only one left.
Yeah. 1 9 is folded.
It's going to be the other 9 of clubs. Or 9 of spades.
It's
a 7 of spades. So Rupe Tarme. It's been a nice run. I have all the time in the world for Rupe. He's a really good guy, and he's also, as I said, probably in my head, along with Cilliander and a few others, one of the top 5 Finnish poker tournament players coming from Finland. So nice run, 8th place, 11,950 euros. Certainly not your highest cash as a 2-time circuit winner here in Tallinn, but nice 5-figure score nonetheless to add to your CV. Your poker CV, that is. I don't think that'll get you too many jobs outside of poker.
Don't say that.
But within poker, you never know. But congratulations again. And the final 7 have locked up now 14,850 euros. So it's going up.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to see him in the high roller starting in an hour or so. We're actually real time starting now, right? Already started. Yeah,
who is confirmed in that? Because I asked Jesper, my friend Jesper Nordqvist, had a coffee with him this morning, and it was actually over here already when I saw that Glenn was in, and I said, you guys have some time. So I was asking him about the 5K, and he's not going to play it, actually.
Okay, yeah.
But we know Jesper's playing a lot less poker these days, so I don't think that's indicative of the field per se, but I'm just it's going to need like that base of like 8 players, and then all of a sudden people will join in.
Let me read you the names, because currently there's 1 table in this tournament, and if you ever want to play with some legends, you should run away from this boost and reg this one, because if you're in this one round, not only will you be playing with Rupe Tarmi, Elias Suhonen, Lukas Soirainen, and Mounir Tajiou, you will have 2 other guys on the table as well. You might recognize the name Scotty Nguyen, or maybe the Michael Mizrachi himself.
No, that sounds like a very soft game that I should enter.
Yeah?
That's
I'll stake you.
It's
just a 5K.
5x the max that I feel comfortable playing without having big decisions potentially be too conservative.
So
it seems like a good spot for me.
Yeah, I think you'll do well.
Yeah.
I think they delayed the start a bit because they haven't started just yet. There's 6 people
so maybe
right
this
now,
will end and I can Yes. Put in 5K into an event I have zero chance in having a long-term positive EV in.
Sounds like a great idea.
But yeah, no, it'd be a lot of fun, and if I had a bit more money, and 5,000 meant the same as 500, and that was slightly minus EV, because it's not heavy minus EV, let's face it, just slightly, then it's yeah, it would be an honor, actually. I mean, I played with a lot of the big names over the years, both as a poker player growing up in New Jersey in the early 90s, and later on, just being who I am in, the poker sphere.
Yeah, and we should say that actually they're starting in a bit, and they have split this field up in 2 tables, and on one table now is actually Scotty and Michael together, and they have Luka Sorainen as well on the table, so that's a nice starting table of 3.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I don't think people understand how good Luka is.
Exactly.
It's like he's on the level of these guys. You know, he really is.
He is like
Michael's special
13 years
because
old.
of the whole Poker Players Championship more than WSOP main event. So to win that 4 times, yeah, Michael's in his own class. But when we're talking about No Limit Hold'em, 6 max, there's not too many players that understand that format better than Luka Sorainen. We've seen him so many times in the 3K 6 max, just crushing things and always having good awareness, always putting the aggression on at the right time.
So, and QCC was the one voting for the Finn in the green shirt, and we have a vote for Duncan and now also one for Cilliander. But for those of you who missed it, we have a little competition for you guys in the YouTube chat, OlyBet Poker channel. You can put your guess on who's winning this one, and if you pick the right one and you're first to do it, you'll get a hoodie, a no filter hoodie.
They're rather nice.
Yeah.
And they come in different colors.
They do, black and white.
Yes.
That's an ace again, and Cilliander is in trouble now. Did he call on the turn with just a gut shot? Does he have a plan for this? Because 240k behind is not much in a 1.2 million pot.
Yeah, I think he's gonna just give up.
For me, it's not a big issue. I just want to double check with my floor. It's normal in this situation. They took some chips like this, one like this, and then say check.
To about here.
So
I
it
saw it
was
to
a
about
bit
here.
strange.
We're discussing if it was a string bet or not, or I missed the action. Looking at the chat.
Yeah.
I tried to point out his check, but my mistake.
I do not believe he crossed the line, but it was close.
I'm okay with that. Just want you to.
Okay, Cowboy speaking up in defense of Posse.
Yeah.
He is playing some mind games with the, songs a little bit, having a little bit of fun, but he's just doing that naturally. It's not that he's intentionally, I don't think, doing mind games, and this actually kind of proves it. When you stand up for your opponent at your own detriment, because you want your opponent to be punished in a vacuum, it shows a sign of character.
All right, so Cilliander trying the bluff now, and it's only some 5 big blinds, and Posse has the king. I mean, he has to call this one. No way he's folding. So this might be it. Red more blue in the chat, who was voting for Cilliander to win this one, because I'd be very surprised if Posse finds the fold here.
Yeah, he has to call, and I've jinxed both him and Torme, picking them out as the 2
you're
players.
The jinxer. Wow,
They're
don't
both
say
gonna
anyone
hate
else
me.
now. Don't name any names. You're just
Cilliander will forgive me with a beer.
eyeballing them.
And Rupe will just laugh at me.
Yeah. Yeah, so as said, he's already rigged the high roller, and I think he'll be happy to play that one as well. But I'm surprised even Posse is thinking about
I was just going to
anything
say,
else.
I know he was counterfeited, but still, the pot odds are way too big, and it's not going to be decimating to your stack to call here.
No, and I mean, there was a flush draw on the flop, and another ace just makes the king stronger,
and
of course.
it's Cilliander.
Yeah.
And Posse knows it's Cilliander.
Yeah. I mean, of course, if he has an ace, he has an ace. I mean, you just have to. It's 1.4 million. It's costing you 240 to call with a 2-pair with a king. So, even though he didn't love the ace, of course, but I mean,
he has to assume that Cilliander's not doing it with a better king, right? He'd just check back and just in case, and if it didn't work, he would take the 240 and spin. So he's only doing it with a hand that he completely bricked on, or with the ace.
and
or with
this
a full
this is a
different
poker
plus
face
combination with this.
You cannot tell that this guy is on a bluff, right? No big.
No, because he would be playing at the same exact lines if he had ace-king.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you should be folding here, though. I mean, he's going to call. There's a 0 chance. I already owe you a lap around the poker room, I believe, at some stage.
Are you doing another lap if he folds?
Well, I can go double or nothing now.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
You never get
It
away
doesn't
from
work.
that.
I tried. Today might be the day that I do it because I don't expect this to go till midnight.
Oh,
We're already
no,
down
true.
to 7.
Yeah.
I hope it goes a bit longer. We
Should
had
be
some
down
very
to
good
6
poker.
very soon.
And then it'll mirror the 5K. I missed what Posse said there. And it was in English. And Duncan has the token in his eye now like a pirate. Duncan is having fun no matter what's happening. And you didn't make your choice, wise guy.
For the winner.
I mean, I'm 0 for 2 already. I'm not going to jinx anybody else.
No, I did my pick with Posse. This guy. This is my pick. That's why I'm so surprised to see
start
him.
of day chip leader.
Yeah, I mean,
but this is
he put in the call now. Yeah,
he put in the call and as chip leader once again, and GG over to Matthias Siljander, super nice guy, online crusher, live crusher. He has balls of steel is the best way to put him.
Yeah, I had a talk with him this morning. He was just having a sandwich by the bar before hitting the feature table, and all around nice guy. And
I imagine we'll see him in the 5K. He has 3 bullets now, thanks to cashing for 14,850 euros, and we have a ladder up. So 18,450 euros. Everybody guaranteed another 3,600 euros just by watching Mr. Siljander walk away with his adult beverage.
yes, exactly. And these are the 6 and the updated chip count. So Pasi and Mikko even almost at the top with 50 bigs-ish each. And Duncan still doing well.
So now we can bet USA versus Finland, but somebody already has has Duncan.
Yeah.
And I'm more aligned with the Finnish poker community than the American one. Sorry, guys, but I am. I'm on Team Finland for this one, too. I like Duncan, so I'm going to root for Duncan individually.
It seems like you have every
I'm very
option
conflicted.
covered
I
now.
think what Duncan needs to do during the break, if we make it to a break, is quickly run to the Finnish embassy,
and
explain
apply.
to him that I'm the Finnish cowboy and his situation, that his flag is off, and that he needs to quickly get a piece of paper that says it's okay to have a Finnish flag.
Yeah, and he needs to change that, what do you call it, those things on the jacket he has to blue instead of black. And a blue tie. Then he's accepted. And a little dealer
Dominic's
change.
saying has to call it anyway. It's 200K. Yeah, I mean, it is a snap. I mean, if you're playing a million hands of online poker, you're not even thinking about it and moving on. And if you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah,
if you're right,
exactly.
you're right. In this spot, I mean, you have, as I explained, it was a 3,600 euro pay jump. Yeah, it's only 240,000 more. Yeah, I explained that wouldn't be crippling to his stack, but at the same time, taking away 23% or so of your chip stack at this stage actually represents a lot of ICM unearned money, theoretical money. So if you honestly are thinking, is he only doing this when he has it? The line makes sense that he has the goods. He needed to think out. He needed to talk himself out of that. That basically that Siljander's range of doing that is basically what we've seen. He can pile on the aggression at any time. And being you weren't risking your tournament life, it was a very easy call. But this is probably what he was thinking about, is my guess.
And I made 1 call for myself, so I'm
He wasn't Hollywooding. He's not that type of player.
3 for 3 on kill shots. Duncan Blake.
Duncan Blake is,
kill shots.
I'm not sure I understand what he's on about now, but I imagine that means he's eliminated 3 players. out of 3 when he's faced in those situations.
Yeah.
At least I hope that's what it is. But meanwhile, we have Posse with a strong hand after, taking a bit of a hit against those pocket 7s earlier, but making the fold that would have crushed him, and was able to ladder up thanks to that, or at least partially thanks to that. And Mikko is likely to defend with his ace-deuce, even though he's not really a happy hand to defend with against a shortish stack open from the cutoff. The range is going to be tighter for Posse because of the stack size, sub 20 but over 15. It includes a lot more than 9s or better, but it doesn't include... the thing is, it doesn't include some of the bad aces, so that makes the ace-2 being a little bit better. He wants to put pressure on Posse.
350.
And Posse really, at this stage, should be happy to get it in. And even though it is an ICM move, he has no fold equity.
That's the all-in. Not what Mikko wanted.
No, and even though we say he shouldn't have any perceived fold equity, he does have fold equity after all. And quick call by Mikko, you never want to call with ace-deuce against a 4-bet shove with a player that is after the trophy, but also wants to, not if he doesn't get the trophy, get as high as he can.
Yeah.
See, and now I only have to fight 4.
It's fun to approach events where you don't care about ICM too, though. I'll do that at the very bottom end of my range online, because the amount that I am able to pick up against the scared money is quite significant. And as the buy-in increases, so does the variance for that particular tournament, which leads me then to play slightly differently depending on the players at the table.
So talking about your own game, Jason, do you have planned to play anything during the series?
Possibly, we'll see. It's a busy time for me too. If I get everything done that I need to on Tuesday, maybe I'll play some cash games Tuesday night before we have the final table on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to play any tournaments, so just if I can get a Svitin or a mixed cash game, then I'll be happy. Even PLO will be okay. The only chance you'll see me playing Hold'em if it's with Krister or with you or with one of the Mizrachi brothers. I'll play some Hold'em just for the banter.
I feel honored. Only with me, Krister, or the Mizrachis. Yeah, that's a good.
It's a very short list actually. Maybe and Teddy, of course.
Yeah. Agreed.
French is more important for culture.
Yeah, we're here to have fun, of course. And stream-wise, we should say that we do have a stream coming tomorrow as well. There's a cash game planned for tomorrow night. And the preliminary start of the stream is 18:30 local time, but we'll see, with cash game players and everything, it might be slightly delayed, never know. But the plan is to have a cash game tomorrow. Not sure who and what stakes and what game, but we'll find that out tomorrow and update our social channels for OlyBet Poker and Poker Pro. But then Wednesday, for sure, is the final table, or maybe the 2 final tables of the main event being streamed as well, all the way till the end. I think we will start maybe on even 2 or 3 tables on Wednesday. Because
if the field gets big, it makes sense it'll be, but it's not going to be like a 3 a.m. ending, I think, even with that.
No, I think actually, because they have planned it that the main event should end around 9-10 in the evening, so you can have the player party afterwards.
So if it goes a little bit longer, it's not a big deal.
No.
But here we had a nice 3-bet shove. Actually, a 4-bet shove by Antti Mikkel. Solver approved, as they say, with ace-5 suited. It's the one hand that randomly says that a 4-bet is very good.
Yeah.
In certain situations, obviously.
Jason, smile. We're on camera. Lenka is here, our fantastic photographer of the series, as always with OlyBet. She's doing her very best, and let me tell you, that's better than most, because this is someone that's magic with the camera. So you can also check on OlyBet events, I think, the gallery for all the photos from the series to find your friends or foes on photos. And yeah,
possibly the best photographer not to receive a GPI award yet. And she was nominated once, but it's harder for the European photographers in an American-dominated environment.
Now she's taking a photo of us, so maybe this will be the one that gets her.
No, this is going to be the one that basically makes sure that she's not going to get an award.
Yeah, this is why they scratched her off the list.
Yeah,
because she's taking
too many pictures of Jason and not Jason.
Ah, she's complaining about the lights. I think it's.
But we have to pay attention here. We have Duncan. We have
Yes.
Duncan with an open
wow.
here with 120 from the cutoff, and Tommy waking up with the Cowboys. And I mean, we all like having
the Cowboy.
Yeah, Cowboy against two Cowboys. It's not fair. It's 2-1.
Yeah, this is.
But it's gonna be trouble for Duncan, and maybe he doubles up. It's not that Ace King can't get there against Kings. He has that Ace. He has a suited Ace King, but there's no way Tommy is just gonna call from the small blind and let the big blind come along, especially in a
Look
spot
at Duncan
where
now.
he has,
He's breathing heavily, like he's already in a trouble, but he doesn't know what's coming.
Yeah, he's not singing, or like normally and already he's singing. Please don't fault or something like that. I don't think he pulled that one out yet.
He's been quiet for a while now. And there he sees the bad news about the.
There we go. We just have to be a little more patient. But Duncan's gonna 4-bet shove. That's the only move here. You can't just call here.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call. He's looking for a pocket pair. Ace King is not one of the hands he actually does want to see, just because there is still potential.
One of the biggest part of the tournament, if not the biggest so far. Ace King suited for Duncan Blake.
Some clubs for the split.
No clubs.
One
There's
club.
One club. Okay, but no ace. No
7 of spades
club on the turn, down to only 3 outs then. The 3 aces for Duncan. It's not to be, unfortunately. And Tommy taps the table. We have only Finnish players left when we're down to 5 in this Legends of the Game No Filter Poker Series. Unfortunately, this fantastic entertainer.
Run it with the Sunnet.
So the Finnish domination now continues with the elimination of Duncan. He will, though, go to the cashier eventually when he collects his things to collect the 6th place prize of 18,450 euros. So a nice run by Duncan. He's not just a singing cowboy, but doing fine.
For the next 5 people. I hope you like it, stream. DUNCANSBLAKE on Instagram for more adventures.
Okay, Duncan with
a
an
final
interesting
plug.
exit there, but the final 5 have locked up 22,850 euros. Nobody is really in super jeopardy, with the shortest stack being Pasi with 26 bigs. Tommy, after winning that massive pot, is the first player to reach the 3 million chip count barrier.
Yeah.
You don't have to speak Finnish if you don't want.
All right. So now there will be a lot of Finnish talk on this table.
Yeah, I mean,
we need a translator.
I think as long as the floor is okay with it and the dealer is okay with it, in this particular instance, I would be okay with it. I don't know. The TDA at least allows for tournament discretion, and I think in this place, if it wasn't live stream, they would definitely have allowed it. So I'm not sure if the live stream will have them speaking in English. Actually, I shouldn't say definitely, because the issue isn't the players. It's the fact that the dealer can't understand the players, and the floor that can't understand the players. And while it might not seem fair, if you're in a place like Estonia that you can't speak Estonian, you're bringing in staff from all over the world, and English is the common language that they all know.
Yeah, that's the case.
Okay, it looks like at least in between hands now.
Yeah, in
they're
between,
allowed
but
to
they've been
speak
doing that
Finnish.
already. But yeah,
we just haven't heard it loudly because of Duncan.
Exactly. There's almost someone else who's been louder.
Cough, Duncan. Cough. He's not wrong, though. It's going to get a little bit less entertaining, but now we can actually focus on more poker. So it works both ways. I enjoyed having Duncan there. And poker should encourage some individuality as long as it doesn't let's say, affect negatively too heavily the experiences of others.
Yeah, agreed.
If that's a common rule that players are thinking, go ahead, wear a costume. People enjoy it. Have some fun. Be yourself.
Yeah. What kind of costume is your choice?
If you're going to be the guy that's yelling at the dealer because your aces didn't hold against queens, just don't go to a poker room, in my opinion. Without that staff, you're not even being dealt that cards to begin with. These guys work pretty hard, and I judge more based on how I see people treating staff than I do how they're treating each other.
Yeah, and that's, ladies and gentlemen, is Jason Glatzer putting down the booth.
And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the people actually dealing you the cards.
I know,
for
yeah.
the supervisor. If you don't like something I did, just come tell me. I'll either apologize or tell you you're wrong.
Most likely the latter.
I'm quick to apologize when I'm wrong. I'm happy to admit that I'm not a perfect individual.
Oh.
And nobody is.
Yeah.
What do you think about this 3-bet? I mean, I wasn't making much of it.
Oh, interesting. Now Posse is getting some.
But what we have to just realize here is now Posse kind of understands there's an opportunity here, that he has a chip leader that maybe, because we've seen Tommy play, and Tommy is an incredibly gifted player, but I've seen him with big stacks before, and it's not that you have a complete gear change. He's still playing the situations.
Yeah.
Yes, but he's not. I wouldn't expect to see that 3-bet on a consistent basis as a one-off occasion like we saw. So I want to we'll keep our eyes on Posse to see if he's going to try to take the reins. Because when you're chip leader too, there's something to be said. You don't want to blow up your stack either. So there's multiple angles that you can pursue there. Tommy's. I'm not saying I fully understand his approach, but based on my opinion, based on what I've seen, that's my impression. King Jack from under the gun. Opened by Tommy, speaking of him, but this is fairly standard, and just a call by Posse this time. So he 3-bet a button open with 6-5 from the big blind, then flats with the dominating king-queen suited from the small blind against the under the gun open, respecting Tommy's under the gun opening range. Meanwhile, Tommy gets rewarded by not getting 3-bet with the top pair, but it's still a scary flop with all hearts going. And check by Posse, understanding, 3 hearts, I have 2 clubs, king or queen may not even help me, even if it's not a heart. And Tommy's like, well, not that great. I don't want to see another heart. I hope he doesn't have 2, but we're going to bet for value here.
Oh.
But it was a very
Check
small
raise.
bet. It was a check raise. Interesting. So Posse had something else in his head, and this goes back to the whole aggression thing.
Interesting spot for Tommy, because these are 2 big stacks on this table, and they're starting to play a big pot if Tommy stays involved in this one. And I mean, why shouldn't he? It's the top pair, and of course there's 3 hearts. But now Posse, the plan didn't work. Let's adapt.
But if he fires again, it could work actually.
Yeah, it could. But he has to fire
because
big.
Tommy has to protect the stack. Like if he's saying Posse is going to bet big and then I have to commit the rest on the river,
quick bet,
then I'm in trouble. Quick. But this doesn't look that big, so he's setting himself for a big river bet perhaps. I think this is a 3-street setup, because if you're getting him to call check raise on the flop, this sizing, you're basically trying to put in your head, I'm betting for value with the flush, and that will lead to a big river bet. So Tommy may even say, I'm going to fold to this small bet because I'm going to be facing a big river bet. And I'm never going to be sure where I'm at.
No.
He may have a flush. He'd be playing a flush potentially the same way, especially if it's like a 6-8 of hearts type of flush, where you don't want to see another heart coming on the board. We have a guess for Tommy, but I don't know if we've closed the guessing yet.
I think we're about to, but I'll still allow it. Absolutely, Yodu.
Nobody guessed yet, so I think it's fair.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's another heart. This may be the saving grace, actually, for Posse, because he may be thinking, well, Tommy was reluctantly calling, And would he be reluctantly calling with an ace of hearts? Probably not, but with a king of hearts, maybe, you know? And this is a spot, but
Pasi
he's
doesn't know
gonna
it, but that was the dream card for him.
But what is he now repping? Was he repping that he had a flush king high all along that he was doing this with?
Yeah, exactly. This is, yeah. I mean, that's the line he has to go with, and he has been 500 into 1.5. But this is tough, of course.
It's super tough.
Yeah, gives it up.
I mean, you have to give super props to Pasi there. I mean,
show?
taking the chip lead like a boss. I mean,
was that your Finnish translation, right, or what he said himself?
Yeah. I mean, that was.
yeah.
That was special. This was super special this hand.
Yeah, this was a big hand for Pasi.
And I can completely understand the line that Tommy took.
Yeah, just faced with the absolute nightmare card on the river with another heart and an ace as well. So yeah.
Pretty soon the blinds will go up after this hand, in fact, to 30,000, 60,000. That's not going to change things too much. You know, we have 125,000 per orbit going in now, and it'll be 150,000 next. But then after that, it'll be 40,80, and that goes up to 200,000 per orbit. So we're going to see some more shallow stacks fairly soon. Right now, let's just enjoy the good poker that we have. I mean, I'm loving seeing flops. I'm loving seeing these leveling wars that are happening.
Yeah. Good entertainment, even though the singing cowboy is gone.
I wouldn't want to be on this table, though. I mean, this is scary as hell.
Yeah, agreed.
And Tommy, let's see if he 3-bets. It's Pasi, the other Pasi, Pasi L, who was second in chips to start the day, opening with 9s, and Tommy just calling from the cutoff. No, from the big blind. So he's just defending his big blind, playing it on the safer side, which is more than fine. That's how Tommy typically likes to play from what I've seen. So he's at least keeping up at least my impression of him.
Yeah, queen high board.
And until we see differently, we'll keep that impression, and that's how I'm processing things as a player.
Like that you taking us through your own thought process as well, Jason.
I think it's important for people to understand that I'm not the pro at the table, you know, because we don't have George Sanford in the box, and he's super good with the strategy. I'm more than happy to explain the flow of things and what I'm thinking, but at the end of the day, I'm not on the same level as any of these 5 players. I mean, these are 5 of the biggest poker beasts in Finland.
Yeah.
Who is a very strong country, even without Siljander or Tarme at the table. You
Look
know,
at this card.
Taking away 2 really strong ones.
If Tommy could pick a card and it wouldn't be an ace or a 10, he'll pick the deuce of clubs on the turn, because this is adding a lot of more out for him, of course.
It was check back call on the flop.
And yeah. And not the worst of cards, because now he picks up the flush draw and the straight draw.
It would be a beautiful spot to bet here if it was check-check on the flop. But you could still lead out here, you know, if you don't think Pasi has really got that queen, and take out those pocket pairs, take out potentially even a better ace. But this is a blocker bet, folks. This is just, I want to see a river cheaply, or at least I want to know where I'm at if I'm going to be blasted off this. Because even though he has a ton of outs, we see what they are. I mean, some of them are even counterfeited. So technically he has 18 outs in his head. So he actually has 36% chance if he thinks his opponent has a piece of the board to win this hand. A little bit less if he thinks he only has 13 outs if he thinks his opponent has a queen.
That's no help, but it does fill up the flush draw. Not the one he wanted, though, Tommy. But let's see now what he decides to go with, because he knows he can't win this one by checking.
And a bet's fairly polarizing. It's saying either I brick the club flush or I hit the heart flush.
Yeah.
I mean, the eight itself is kind of meaningless. I mean, he could easily peel the big blind from pocket eights, where a lot of players would 3-bet. I think a lot of players would also call, including Tommy. I would just be calling there with 8s in the big blind in that spot. At least some of the time. Against certain players, I would be 3-betting. Let's see. What are you going to do, Tommy? I think if we're making a prediction, I think it's going to go check, check.
Okay, my prediction is a 425k bet from Tommy.
It would be the right sizing. You don't need to shove here, because if Posse calls that then and is wrong, you know, his stack is sub 10 big blind. So you can make it slightly larger if you want to put the pressure on even a little bit more, maybe to like 550 would be the max, but you don't need to go any higher.
No, he does check. Posse will be happy seeing that Tommy bricked his outs, and nice pot for the Finn in seat number 1. Pasi Laihinen. Next to him is Pasi Sormunen.
And the two Posses were on top of the leaderboard to start today.
They were, yeah.
And Duncan was in third, who we see bowed out in 6th place when his ace-king suited ran into the kings of Tommy. So the cowboy ran into 2 cowboys and didn't get there. And now it's an all-finish affair with 2 of the most well-known Finns in Matthias Siljander and Rupe Tarme already out at the final table.
Yep.
Yet I still wouldn't want to be at this final table, you know, as a player. Like, I would and I wouldn't, because I enjoy playing against people that are, you know, thinking on different levels than me, but not for this kind of money. Is the thing. Not when I think
you'd want a discount. You can enter for 1,500, and they play for 300.
That would be hugely plus EV, but I don't think they would go for that.
All right, and Pasi Laihinen staying active, opening under the gun now with the King 8 suited of diamonds. Another suited diamond hand is maybe making the other Pasi go with the 3-bet now, as he has grabbed some big chips, the 100k
I
green
think
ones.
it's like a 90% chance of him 3-betting here. Yeah,
he
just calls. That's interesting. I guess it's because he's in the cutoff and not the button, where the small blind is my guess, and it was an under the gun open against Posse, who we haven't really seen be out of line at all. I mean, King 8 suited is basically the most out of line we've seen him recently, opening that under the gun.
Posse number 1 now in seat number 1. Doesn't know it, but he don't want to see any diamonds on this one. There's just one, but he doesn't hit the King or an 8 either, so Mr. Sormunen to his left is still doing well, but of course this is a dry board for these hands, so
against a player that we've seen already that's more than capable of just creating his own lines out of nowhere and making people believe them. So the Posse on Posse crime may continue, actually. I don't think we're going to see a fold anyway, just because the other Posse S, has something else in mind, and now the Ace-5 just looks like Yahtzee. And
both of them are like, hey, diamonds!
But even more so because of that 5, he also has an open-ender to the straight. So it's just like out city here.
Yet again, it's like, if you can pick a card and it's not an ace, Pasi Sormunen, I'll take the 3 of diamonds, please.
It's the Yahtzee card. 7 of diamonds went to Ben as Yahtzee because the 8-9 is already a main straight.
And that's a 250 or 275 bet from Laihinen.
We may see a raise here.
Yeah, it would be.
We may see
nice
a
play.
big raise, actually, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, he could put the other Posse all in here, because, you know, if he gets called, he'll have.
Yeah, I don't mind.
outs,
I don't
but
mind just the call because of Posse's range. You know, we see he has King 8 of diamonds, but you know he has all those high pocket pairs from the under the gun open.
Oof, look at this. He make the straight.
But there's a spade flush out that may slow him down. You know, was Posse betting that on the flop because there were 2 spades on the flop, but I don't think it will.
Laihinen now, seat number 1, has to bet this one to win it. So, I mean, and then Sormunen is not folding, so he does check. Saves him some money.
Yeah, I think he knows that was a bad card for him. that his opponent has a lot of spades, and his calling range that he might not be raising with, especially if he has something like the 5-7 of spades. Well, that would be he would have raised that actually. So something else.
And Sorman is complaining now, something like.
What's he complaining about?
Yeah, I mean,
he's
afraid of. Well, he actually just checks and says, "I'm afraid you're trapping me with the flush, so I'll just check behind."
There was no more value to be had.
Yeah, I mean, he could probably get a few bucks out of a 10 here, but.
Yeah, but I'm saying at least results-oriented wise, you can move on and say he didn't leave chips on the table.
Yeah.
I remember focusing a little bit yesterday about some of the players showing their hands too much, even though it is a friendly game. There is a lot of money on the line, and whether it's free information or just making feel somebody more relaxed that maybe I didn't play it 100%, but I wasn't going to get any more chips. If he was shown, that it was a set of 10s, for example, you're getting into your opponent's head, that I really missed a spot here.
Yeah. I'm just gonna briefly.
Masterminds saying, I was in Tallinn last year. It's so nice there. I'm in Tallinn all the time, and there's a good reason for it. I mean, they really do an amazing job here at Olympic Park Casino for all their events. The city is a lovely city. Obviously, for me, living in Vilnius, it's not like a massive journey, but I do enjoy when I do the drives up, or sometimes I fly up. But the staff here, it's so cohesive and so great, both as a player and as somebody on the media side as well, being involved with events here for the past 10 years. That I'm glad that you feel the same and that you have had a nice experience. So Mikko opening it up with a min raise. Andreas will be back soon, so we'll hang off the banter for a little while and focus on the action. And holy moly, here we have Cowboys for Posse. Amazing spot sitting on 15.5 big blinds. He's looking like he's in a little bit of hurt, pretending he needs to recheck, or maybe he is. Is it really two kings? Do I have Cowboys, or am I hallucinating? And now pretending he's calculating, but maybe he is. Maybe he's calculating, do I have enough for a normal 3-bet? Do I really need to shove here? Because he can 3-bet to around 300, a little bit more. And that's probably what he's actually going to do. Maybe 350 it looks like. No less. It's 330. No, 280. Okay. So really small 3-bet there. Less than 5 big blinds, with the blinds at 30-60 now. And we'll see what Mikko does. It's kind of the sizing that if you're ever going to pull off a 3-bet fold, this would be the sizing you would use. So maybe that's why Posse chose it. Mikko's also in position if he wants to call to see what Posse does, but 7s isn't necessarily the right hand to do it. Or you could just not believe him and shove like Mikko did and hope to get there with the 7 against Posse Lehtinen with the Cowboys. So Posse at risk, but in very good shape with kings against 7s. Meanwhile, Mikko's hoping that he delivers that bad beat with a 7 somewhere along the way or some other combination. Such as this, 8-5-9, so a 6 will do the job as well. Posse also with the backdoor diamonds if it's a diamond. But it's a king of hearts, so it's only the 6 now that can hurt Posse. If not, he's right back in the action, and it's a 3 of spades on the river, so it's a double up for Posse Lehtinen. Meanwhile, Mikko still has a bit of a stack, 905,000, has room to work with, was recently the chip leader, but down to now 15 big blinds. Here's a look at the chip count. So just like we started the day, we have the 2 Posses back on top and in the same order. 66 big blinds here, though, for Pasi Surminen at this stage of the game. And Pasi Leinonen with 35 big blinds. Tommi Lankinen with 33 big blinds. Antti Mikkel with 20. And I believe that was Mikko as the short stack with 15 after the last hand. Dealer change incoming, headset coming on. A shout out to all the dealers, all the staff, all the floor, from Teresa Nusian, from Olivier, all the way down to everybody that has helped make this event happen, that are helping the cash games run 24/7, providing a secure environment for poker players to both have fun and compete at high levels. It's some of the best staff around the world, not just in Europe, that you see at events here at Olympic Park Casino.
No, you can ask Teresa.
Let's see what's being clarified here, but Teresa being called over. We were just speaking about the lovely Teresa. And Teresa developed the Kings of Brand, with the Kings of Tallinn being the biggest of those. This is an example of what I'm talking about, when all the players and all the staff understand the same language. It's okay to make an adjustment such as this. As long as nobody is left in the dark.
We accept the fact that they can speak Finnish, but also they will respect the TV stream and also make sure that you understand where we are at. So if you don't know where we are at or something, then let the gentleman know, and they will make sure.
So they are allowed to speak in Finnish during the hands?
It's fine for now, yes.
Okay, this I like that Teresa is making this accommodation for the unique factor that we have 5 Finns left. Let them speak Finnish, why not? I mean, we're talking about true professionals. That's what the players at the table are even requesting. And Teresa said if we see that there's a potential issue, we'll adjust it from there. So well done by Teresa, showing while she is a top tournament director of the world. A Pasi who just chipped up to 2 million with another decent hand, but it looks like he's just completing the blinds with ace-10, perhaps trying to induce a raise from the overall chip leader in Pasi S. And the ace-10 flopping well here, hitting that top pair. Probably not going to get that much action. And a snap fold by the other Pasi Surminen. And perhaps a check would have been okay in a limp pot there, but the 5-6 may be concerned and let your opponent try to wrestle that away. But I think what he was looking for with the limp was a raise and then coming over the top with a 3-bet shove. Or just didn't want to raise, knowing his opponent is calling any 2 and having to play, even though he has a range advantage, he doesn't have the positional advantage, and playing an uploaded pot against the one of the few players that can send them out packing on the rail. Tommy with a decent hand from the hijack, mirroring as under the gun. Opting to min-raise it. And not that good of an ace for Antti Mikkel. He agrees on a much better ace. It's the big slick here for Pasi. Let's see if Pasi Leinonen will 3-bet. I think it's more, let's see how much he 3-bets to. but does indeed just call. Interesting. Maybe it's good he did. He's avoiding a spot. Mikko would have 4-bet shoved. Tommy would have folded and Posse would have called, but in a flip situation, maybe that would have been good. Maybe that would have been bad. The flip situation may still happen because it's an amazing squeeze spot for Mikko. There's no reason for him to just call. There's really just one move for him. So it doesn't really matter too much. And I expect Tommy not to commit, almost 40% of his stack, about 35%. Gets rid of his king-queen, especially with Posse along the way. Posse with the snap call with ace-king, and it's Mikko at risk with his fish hooks. He was chip leader a moment ago. Will he get right back into it, or will we see him on the rail in 5th place for 22,850 euros? But it's a jack right out of the window. The drama is over right away if no queen or 10 come on the turn, and now he has his opponent drawing dead. Mikko with the check mark, and it's the pointless 6 of spades on the river. So Mikko right back into the mix. Was a coin flip away from hitting the rail. And Posse's had a bit of a roller coaster, is down to around 22 big blinds himself. So we did have one pick in the chat for Mikko. Your odds just got a bit better. I'm going to scroll a little bit just to see who chose green hoodie. Finn and green, so that's QCC. So QCC now in a much better spot for that hoodie. Any of these players can really close it out. And I'm not going to jinx anybody by predicting who I think of the final 5 will win, because we've already done that with Rupe and Silyander, and you see where they busted out in 7th and 8th. I want to give a shout out to one of my Finnish good friends in Juha Helppi, otherwise known as the administrator. Pretty much here for every big event. He couldn't make it this time. He might be watching at home, being that it is 5 Finns on the final table. But even if he isn't, he's a true legend as well. And we're using that name a lot this week with the legends of the game. But he's been really, around Finnish poker for many, many, many decades. And Mikko in the small blind has a decision as well. With the pocket 5s. Coincidentally, that was the site that I got my start in this industry, was when pocket 5s used to exist back in the day. Managing the poker community, doing some marketing and operations work, managing the database. And then shortly after, I discovered, I really love writing about poker. Which is strange from someone coming from a finance background to reinvent themselves as a poker journalist at some later stage in his life, but I'm doing what I want now. And I think everybody should pursue something that makes them happy. When you're working 40+ hours a week, if you don't like your job, you need to think about how to find something a bit better, because, life goes by pretty quickly. Anyway, done with philosophy, back to poker. Easy fold by Posse, and Posse number 2 with the 9-8 suited as the chip leader. I think he will open. Min raise with the suited connectors over to Mikko. Quick fold with 9-4 off. Tommy with just 9-2. So a lot of 9s are already out there. So Posse does get a call by Antti Mikkel from the big blind with King-6 suited, which I expect him to do unless he 3-bets. I don't really expect him to fold, and I don't really expect him to 3-bet. But here we go. It's a 3-bet shove, and he found the right spot to do it. So maybe he got a tell, or maybe it just said, you know, I need to make a move, and Posse, the chip leader, is going to be the most likely candidate just because he should be opening wider than everybody else. But whatever it might be, picking up a nice pot there with King 6 suited, adding 4 big blinds to a stack. And when you're only sitting on, you know, 16 to 20 big blinds, every blind you can get without taking much risk, you're happy to have that fold there. Even if he knew his opponent had 9-8 suited. Then maybe he would have been happy for a call, but I think a lot of players would have been happy for a fold just because he had that dominated. And if he had the little secret that most of the 9s were out in other players' hands, then yeah, he would have wanted a call, but there's no way he can have all that information. And Mikko will open this ace-jack suited. Unless he misread his hand, of course. So a min-raise by Mikko. Holds around to Antti Mikkel. And now to Posse in the big blind. If he defends and there's an ace, it could spell a bit of trouble for Posse, actually. It looks like he's opting for something a little bit different. A small 3-bet to 300, I believe, but let's see. And this just smells so strong to me by Posse. I know we saw King 8 just do it by Antti Mikkel. But if I didn't know Posse had ace 4 and I'm Mikko, I'm ranging him much higher without that ace 4 even theoretically in the range. But as things are playing out, Posse is in amazing shape with his ace. Mikko's in amazing shape with his ace jack suited. No love for ace 4, some backdoors with the 3 and 6. Mikko with a backdoor flush draw. Posse likely can maintain control of this hand. He may even be able to take it down if he fires for 2 barrels and there's no ace or jack or spade on the turn. This bet is way too small for Mikko to fold. It does smell like something like kings or queens or aces, to be fair, based on the pre-flop line and the small bet here. But even being said that, it doesn't necessarily have to be that, and we see it's ace 4. And now, unless, well, let's see what the math says. If Posse jams, if Mikko thinks his ace and jack are live, then he would perceive to have 15 outs, which is only 30%. Then it would be a fold. If Posse bets, though, smaller than that, then he's giving Mikko a chance to stay in the hand with the best hand at the moment. And of course, Mikko may call a jam. You know, maybe he's thinking about things differently than how I just described. But it looks like we're not going to find out what he does to a jam because it looks like it's a small bet again. And this isn't the best card of the deck for him. It not only opens up the flush draw that we see, but Mikko has some 8-9 suited that he's doing stuff with. He probably doesn't have a 4-5 suited, but if he did open with that, he's calling a light 3-bet maybe. And Mikko just putting max pressure on Posse, and Posse is going to snap fold it down to 485,000. So good awareness by Mikko. You didn't want to just call even though he was getting amazing odds. If he was shoved upon, we don't know what he would have done. But instead understood that if he was called, he still had plenty of outs. And at the same time, he can put pressure on his short-stacked opponent who is folding quite a lot that is ahead of that ace-jack. Probably not if he connected with the 10, but a lot of other holdings, including low pocket pairs that maybe didn't hit the board, but the low pocket pairs aren't 3-betting. An ace-queen, ace-king type of hand is folding as well there, though.
Sitten se tunne, kun voit katsoa telkkarista vielä sen touhuun. Ne vekasi 5 totoon.
Laskitko siihen ton?
Joo, totoon.
Yes. No niin.
We've seen Tommy once open King 9 suited from under the gun. This is from one seat over in the cutoff. And it's a min click. Posse number 1 folds, and posse number 2 waking up with the pocket rockets. Is he going to slow play them, or is he going to play them hard and fast? Tommy doesn't have the hand that's going to be calling hard and fast. If it's played slow and it's a 9 high, king high flop, that's no bueno for Tommy. But let's see what posse does first. It is a 3-bet. The more standard of moves, and Tommy is not likely to stick around, even though he knows posse's 3-bet range is high. He also has the other posse sitting with under $500,000. Who he needs to go out before he starts, playing these high variance spots. But Tommy makes the fold, and posse showing the pocket rockets and getting closer and closer to that 4 million chip count. But we have Wise Guy back in the booth. Welcome back.
Just stepped out to do some other duties, but now
I hope I didn't bore everybody with just reviewing hands and talking a little bit. But I've been having fun.
Good.
I can talk to myself for hours, Andreas.
I know that. I'm not worried when I step out. I know you're not going to be sitting here all silent. So, but still, the 5 fins in since I stepped out some 10-15 minutes ago, and 30 minutes till the next break. I just learned that they have talked to the floor and actually have a short break each hour. So they'll be doing 10-minute breaks each hour.
Oh, that's nice, actually.
Yes. So, but the next one is in half an hour.
Yeah, I see it on the board now. Break 10 minutes. There we go.
Yeah.
You missed some fireworks, even though you didn't miss people going out. But we had a couple double ups.
Nice. Or not. Maybe for those who got them, I guess. And this is one of them I see, because this stack has increased.
Yes.
And now Ace Jack for Antti Mikael.
The blinds, I was wondering why he's shoving at 30-60, but the blinds just went up to 40-80. But even that is a pretty big shove here from the cutoff. It's a 16 big blind shove. And this is why you maybe don't want to do it, because nothing worse than you is going to call, and only hands better than you, and even ace-queen, which is only 1 card better than you, is calling. And it's Antti Mikael at risk. We could be down to 4. As soon as Wise Guy gets into the booth, he could have jinxed Antti Mikael, but let's see if there's a jack at all in the mix. There's 1 diamond, a 9 for maybe the chop, but it's the ace instead, so does need a queen, king, or an ace to survive.
That's not one of them.
No. So. GG to Antti Mikael in 5th place for 22,850. And meanwhile, Mikko Yalimaki, who was nearly eliminated earlier at the final table, and was short stacked for a bit of time, took the chip lead, coughed that up, and then since then has been on a tear.
And it's QCC in the chat cheering for Mikko, of course. It's her pick, right?
Yes. So you missed Mikko's
Might be
first
hoodie
big
coming.
hand.
We're not there yet, though, but he has the current chip lead with 53 bigs, and Posse 5.7 bigs.
Yeah,
Needs to find a spin.
Posse must be like in his head so happy because he just earned 7,000 euros by not playing a hand
nice
on 455,000
for him.
It's 29,850 for 4th.
Yeah, and also from being around the neighborhood, so to say, here in the casino in Hilton, I can tell you that the high roller is just about to start. They delayed it for an hour, but now it's starting, and we have the 2 real legends in the house. Both Scotty Nguyen and Michael Mizrachi are seated by those high roller tables in the 5K, so looking forward to following that one. It will not be live streamed, but you can of course see some information if you go to OlyBet events, and you can follow the events yourself, the updates in the Poker Lens app, and of course also there will be a resume tomorrow, right? Some highlights coming your way from Poker Pro.
Yes, a recap will be up in the morning. By morning, I mean around 12 noon Estonian time, but
poker morning,
in other places in the world, that should still be morning.
True. Now then might be some action as well, as we have a raise Jack 9 under the gun from Posse L. And Nico has overcalled.
It would be normally a good squeeze spot if Posse didn't have 55K back.
Exactly, that's the problem.
And I think once Miko calls from the small blind, it gives Tommy an excuse to actually fold his eights, but Tommy can call as well. There's no reason for him to shove. He wants Posse to go out, or at least should. Now, if the only thing on Tommy's mind is the win, then he should be 3-bet shoving.
Yeah. And also looking at the chat, nice suggestion from 40 days left. Can someone invent a table that shows everyone's stack size when playing live? I mean, you should.
But Tommy shoves here. Tommy's showing a lot of heart.
Wow.
And Posse's obviously going to call. Miko is not going to call with this ace-9. It makes no sense against Tommy's range here to shove. I mean, Tommy is a very calculated player, actually.
Yeah.
He's not the one that's hyper-aggressive comparatively to some of the other Finnish players. Not to say he doesn't have aggression, but in comparison.
So, showdown.
Eights against Jack 9. So
we saw 1-9 folded.
Ante Mikkel is looking at things as a flip, even though we've seen what you just said, that a 9 was folded.
Yeah, he'll be happy to see the under pair, of course. Will he get some help? Not on the flop.
Some backdoors with the 10, although the 8's
Blocked
blocking
by the
them.
8, yeah.
Wants a queen, jack, or 9.
That's not adding any outs, so down to the only 4 jacks and 9s left total. A few folded. Will he find it? No.
The 2 pairing the board, so it's GG to Anti-Mikkel, who has shown, to Anti-Mikkel, who's shown, to Posse Leitinen. Who's shown a lot of heart throughout the day, even yesterday, to be able to accumulate the second place to go into the final day. He'll have 29,850 reasons to be happy. And the final 3 players, all the podium players, are guaranteed a massive boost of 11,000 euros guaranteed, with a 40,850 prize awaiting the third place winner. It bumps up, obviously, as we go on, with second place scheduled to receive 59,650, and tonight's winner, or this afternoon's winner, we may not even go to the evening at this pace, 85,400 euros to today's winner. There's been no talk of players making deals. I don't expect necessarily anything, maybe heads up, with this bunch.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's still a bit of money between second and first, so maybe, but,
Look at this now. Aces. 3-handed.
Pocket rockets. Is he all of a sudden going to develop a limping strategy? I don't think so.
No. And still on the 40, 80K.
Yeah, it looks like a 160 min click. Tommy running somewhere, and Posse not going to defend. And is Miko going to show that he got aces again?
Yeah.
When you combine good card distribution with a player as strong as Miko, good things are going to happen.
Yeah. Good things comes to those who wait, right?
Yes.
Although now down to 3-handed, not much time to wait around for those, but he got them, the aces, and we'll see if he keeps that.
The amazing
standard.
Anna in the background. I gave a shout out to all the staff, and she's one of them. She started here as a dealer and is developed into one of the best tournament and floor staff that you'll see in Europe.
Absolutely, always humble and nice and helping us in the production and everything as well. We need some help with stacks updated and whatnot. So those chips doesn't count themselves.
She shows an extremely amount of care, even if it's hour number 16 on the floor, on a very busy day.
These guys are used to working long days. Absolutely.
So meanwhile, Miko facing a raise from the small blind by Posse. The 2 players with the most chips at the table. I don't think Miko's going to fold. Is he going to call a raise? Opts to do a little bit of pot control. Perhaps wondering what the raise range really is of his opponent. But either way, a call seems very standard. But the queen 4 rewarded in a big way. It's not only top pair, but it's also a flush draw for Posse. A backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw, one overcard for Mikko may lead him to stick around for a little bit, at least for one card, but let's see. Depends on the bet sizing. Is it 160, 180?
Yeah.
I think he'll probably stick around for 180. I might actually fold in that spot, but I think I call as well.
Small blind 300, big blind 600.
I may even toss in a small raise there, to be fair, but
Blinds up,
that wouldn't have worked out in this particular spot, as we see. And a flush now for Posse. So from going from top pair to the second nuts.
It's a smurf. Jinx is what you say in English, yeah. We say smurf in Swedish.
Smurf? I think in Superman they had to say something backwards, maybe kryptonite backwards or something.
You work on that while I'll monitor the table then. Let's see
I
here
wouldn't
now
mind a
then.
pocket full of kryptonite. Cough spin doctors. Credit.
Hard for Posse to get anything more out of Mikko now though, but he'll be not too bothered by just taking down the 800 that's in the pot. But unless Mikko gets totally crazy now.
No.
If he at least had the king of clubs, he might, but...
I mean, he may call thinking, you know, I have the nuts that didn't connect, you know, with the king jack there. But other than that, he's not going to spaz out, I don't think.
No. So Mikko on 3.6, Posse 4.1, and then we have Tommy as well on something almost similar, right? So they're fairly deep, three-handed. Might take some time to get someone eliminated from these threesome, but yeah, I think they're enjoying the time at this table, and as we said, they will have a 10-minute break shortly coming up.
Is that when the Singing Cowboy is coming back to the feature table?
I haven't seen him since he actually left the room, so I think maybe he's doing
Resting it
lunch
off?
somewhere or
maybe
having
resting.
a rest. Yeah, resting the voice for the evening performances. Interesting to see whether he enters the high roller now with the win in his... The wind and the win.
He has 3 bullets that he now has.
Yeah, exactly.
But he has infinite bullets in the 350 progressive knockout that also started recently.
Yeah, true. Let's see.
He can fire about close to 40 bullets.
Checking out the high
To set a
roller.
new record here in Tallinn for most bullets in a side event.
High roller, we are now on 8 players then. It just started, and as we said, the third legend, Helppi, also joined. So we have Helppi, Mizrachi, and Scotty Nguyen in the 8-person field.
Any Adamar Ladva, Ranno Sootla, Markku Kopelma, any of the Estonian brawlers?
Ranno is in, yes, but not Kopli, yet. But the late rig, of course, is open for a long time in this one, so...
And the 5K may be too small for Adamar to make his presence. But if he was around, he may come out for that on a Sunday. It's also a grinding night for people like Adamar if they're home.
Tradition. And for the main event, we just heard some announcement in the background of the final table here. There are Day 1B today ongoing with some 68 entrants right now in the €1,100 buy-in main event, which has several starting days left.
Can I ask if the prize pool has reached yet the 100,000 guaranteed to first? Is it still a winner take all?
Okay. Not, because we had 30. Yeah,
it's going to. I'm joking around. Just so everybody knows, we have 5 opening fights and 3 levels of late reg on day 2. But this is a special event that guarantees 100,000 to the winner.
We are actually right now on exactly 100 entrants total with today's 1B and yesterday's 1A. So that's 100K.
So if we prevent everyone else from entering, then it's winner take all.
Yeah, exactly. And then Duncan can be singing ABBA, winner takes it all, to introduce the final table. Pretty fitting.
Yeah, we can still let Duncan in if it's winner take all too, to be fair. It'll be interesting to see how the main event develops, to be fair. I know that normally we're covering it at Poker Pro. The good guys over at Poker News, they're here doing a documentary on what's happening on Mounir, which you'll see rolled out after the event. in the meantime, those guys are, doing a good job. My team does good too, but props out to the Poker News guys who are doing a fantastic job with, the updates both of this event and also the main event as well. So, while I recommend you checking out my site, poker.pro, I also recommend you go to Poker News if you want to know about some of the hands that have been happening on the side tables of both this event and on all the tables of the main event.
Yeah.
If you're just looking for like a general summary of what's happening, head to poker.pro or OlyBet Events. You'll get that once a day. And if you just entertained by TV table action, join us. We're here for 2 more days after today.
Yes.
As Wise Guy said.
2 more days. Oh, you mean stream-wise?
Yeah, stream-wise on tomorrow for the cash game.
Yep.
I'll probably join for like an hour or so. And then I'll be here for the entire thing of the final day of the main event, which I'm extremely looking forward to.
And that's Wednesday, and it's supposed to start at noon here, local time, which means 12:30 local time. The stream will start from the final day of the main event. Let's see who takes down that 100K for the winner. Pretty decent in an 1,100 euro tournament to win 100.
What we could do is, before the start of day 2, is do pretend fantasy where we have a certain number of chips that we can use for our team.
Yeah.
If
But
that
it's
makes sense.
But for day 3, right? On Wednesday?
No. For
Or
day 2, we'll
yeah.
already have the opening chip counts of all the players.
Yeah, but you can still enter. That's what I mean.
If you take a player like that, you get them at the 50,000, chip starting stack. Let's say you get 1 million chips to start with, and you have to put together a team with 1 million chips.
Yeah.
Up to 5 players or whatever we
yeah.
decide. I'm just throwing out numbers.
Let's do a
rather
fantasy
than-
draft.
It could be practice for something else that maybe we'll work on together at some later stage.
Yes. Yeah. Love me some fantasy. Always doing that. NFL and used to do NHL as well, fantasies, but also the WSOP Vegas has a lot of that in different buy-ins.
We can even roll that out to the viewers as well if we time it like at a certain time. You have until first break to make your team based on the chip counts you see in the back end, and if you haven't chosen your team, you can't take anybody on the TV table.
What do you say, Chad? Is that something you would be interested in? Maybe we couldn't get it together fully for this event, but for the future it might be something that would be fun to create for the viewers.
We need social media involvement.
Extra dimension to watching the streams as well.
I play around with this stuff all the time.
You play around with a lot, Jason.
Yeah, I'm a nerd. I might be a fun guy like occasionally, but at the end of the day, I just love things like this. Which, oddly enough, is strange because as much as I love this kind of stuff, I'm not a guy that's heavily studying GTO.
Yeah, no.
I understand the basics. I've gone over, let's say, solvers with different people that are doing solutions to questions that I've asked, giving them all the inputs that I potentially have. So it's not that I haven't used things like GTO Wizard and other similar products. But I'm not studying based off it typically.
No.
And I'm not really actually studying that much because I just don't have time for it.
And my feeling is that the field we have in this one, the one we are watching right now, are, of course, a few of these players are studying a lot, but many of them are also playing a lot on their feeling and the knowledge they already have, and trusting their instincts a lot.
And then you have a lot of these guys that you're seeing here actually on the other end of the spectrum where they're teaching others, as a side business.
Are you saying people are on the spectrum?
I think everybody's on the spectrum, but that's a conversation for another time off stream. I think spectrums are there in many different ways. You may be on the really bottom 0.001% of it, but it's still a spectrum.
Now then, a pot between Mikko and Tommy. Not much in the middle yet, and looking like we're not going to get much more either, because that's the board they don't connect with, any of them.
I'm not so certain that Tommy's going to fold here.
Okay.
Yeah, he does call. I mean, it's cheap, that's why. It's one big bind,
true,
and
true.
King High is often
Sometimes you just want to see a turn, right?
Well, you would think if he had like the 6, he's going to bet a little bit bigger to not allow that call, because 6, pairing the 6, you're ahead now, but you have 2 more cards to come, and you don't really want to see everything is a scare card.
Yeah, true.
Unless it's like ace-6 and you just hit 2 pair. And Miko thinking about whether he can blast Tommy off whatever he has. He's not putting Tommy on many aces probably.
No.
But understands Tommy might have a 6 that he's going to be sticky with after calling that min bet. We see Tommy just has king high at the moment along with the gut shot to the super wheel.
Super wheel, love that word.
But the super wheel does not come. I mean, the super wheel would have been if he had 2 7 and then the 5 comes.
Yeah.
And some fun, silly casino games I have in Vegas where they have, I think it's Caribbean Stud or one of the other ones. So, a 7-card Royal Straight is worth like zillions.
Oh, yeah. I've heard. Never played those games. Only skill games, of course.
As long as you know they're minus EV and you're playing for entertainment,
yeah, exactly.
Why not have some fun?
Absolutely.
I mean, poker isn't the same level of gambling because it's educational gambling. Over time, you'll smooth out the gambling variance per se, but not completely, no matter how much you play. And there's certainly some poker players that are entering poker events that would maybe be better off at a Caribbean Stud table. Like I'm just saying, honestly, like if you have a ROI that's minus 10% or more, you're better off playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em with your $200 rather than entering a $200 tournament.
Yes.
Because your rake on that is 5% or something similar. But of course, if you sit at the table nonstop for 10 hours, that 5% becomes 100% more often than not.
Yeah.
Treat casino games as entertainment is the moral of that story.
Absolutely.
And have fun playing poker, Don't play over what you can afford, especially if
Don't borrow any money.
Don't borrow any money.
At least not from us, if you're planning to lose them on any games.
Be humble about where you're at in the game. Respect others that, are thinking a bit higher level than you. Identify whether there's a soft spot on the table or whether you're the fish at the table. There's so many different things. There's so many cash games I've just not sat down on in the past 2 years. That's why I'm playing so much less cash. You haven't seen me play, I don't think, cash in the last 2 years at all.
Oh, I haven't, no.
And I used to play nonstop, so.
You're cured.
And it wasn't even a downswing that did it.
No.
But meanwhile, Posse finding a spot.
Yeah.
Because Tommy knows that Posse can be doing this not with ace-jack or better. He could be doing it much, much lighter. And Tommy with a very nice queen 10 suited. That he may have to lay down. He may play a bloated pot. Where he may just say, how much fold equity do I have? And fire in a 4-bet close to a jam. Or maybe even a jam for max pressure.
We like max pressure.
Max pressure, I think, would make Posse's brain hurt. Half his stack with ace-jack. And it looks like we're not going to find out what max pressure might look like in this particular spot because Tommy opting to play in a bloated pot out of position. No, in position with this queen 10, actually, so. No, he's out of position in the small blind. So it's a weird spot. You're playing bloated pot. You don't know where you're at.
I'm at
I
Hilton.
don't mind the call. I should be clear about that. I don't mind the call, but it does put you in a hard spot. I'm wondering what the optimal spot is here, though. It's a really weird one. I'm talking about Tommy's pre-flop situation, not what's happening now with Posse.
Yeah.
Already almost locking up the hand, hitting top pair on the turn. Tommy has an overcard and the 9 to a straight. But no diamonds about. Certainly if Posse puts out a reasonably sized bet, Tommy will just preserve the rest of his chips and not double down on bloating the pot pre-flop with the call. which I'm not saying is a mistake for the record. I'm just saying it did bloat the pot.
Yeah, and Tommy now, I mean, he's on 1.7. Losing more chips in this one, and he's really on the short stack. So
yeah, the timing is pretty bad.
Yeah. 425 is the bet into 800, so half pot bet. And Posse, of course, loving the turn.
He's loving the turn, but he's thinking, what is Posse doing this with? Like, because Posse did call a big, let's say, isolation from the small blind, big blind.
Yeah.
Which gives him some of those 8-6 suited. It gives him some sets. It gives him a lot of draws. The draws shouldn't bother him too much. Then he would just shove over to deny the rest of the equity, perhaps. Being that Tommy just has a pot size bet behind. But it looks like he's going to just say, I have ace-jack. You want to bet? I'm going to call. What are you going to do in the river?
Yeah, that's the question now, whether Tommy just gives this one up if he doesn't hit, which he doesn't.
But because it's a heart,
yeah, I mean,
that may have saved Tommy from, well, we'll see. I mean, I think if Tommy does anything like a shove, Posse's not going to be afraid of that third heart at the end of the day. He'll be afraid in the beginning, but when he thinks about it.
Yeah, but it's more like one of those situations. If you got there, you got there. But it's like I have the ace-jack on the jack high board, and I'm not sure, though, that Tommy will really find the bluff here.
A hand like 9-10 of hearts is pulling this exact line. Same with maybe a 5-7, 7-9, but I think then the flop plays out a lot differently. And maybe it even does with 9-10 because it's 2 overcards. So I think Tommy is thinking about, can I pull it off?
And can he?
Was I repping that I had that flush draw at any given point? Can I make my opponent fold something which might be strong because, or was my opponent on a draw? And which draw was he on? You know.
Oh, he does come with the shove, or was it the bet only? Yeah, okay.
It was just a bet, but
and quick call,
making it easy for Posse.
Down below 10 bigs now for Tommy.
Yeah, it's a comebackable stack still. So it's maybe that's why he didn't shove. If he shoved, he would have been out probably. We don't know for sure, but I do think that Posse would have thought about it anyway.
Yeah, he would have called. It's another 700, but he would have called that as well. So yeah, Tommy gives himself another bullet at least to spin it up. Sat now with 735K, 9 big blinds in front of him, and might be a heads up with Posse and Mikko brewing, but Tommy's still in, still with a chance and a double up, and he has 20 bigs. So
we have one person that chose Mikko and one person that chose Tommy.
Yeah, and then I have Posse, so then I'll keep the hoodie then if he wins.
But you disqualify me from getting a hoodie if Rupe won.
That's because you already have a hoodie. I don't.
I do not have a hoodie.
Oh, okay.
I don't even have a T-shirt. You're wearing a T-shirt. I don't even have that. I'm barren. I'm naked in the booth, actually. I have no
luckily
clothing.
Enough, you're not. And luckily enough, Glenn Brown just walks by, and he's also wearing clothes today. For once.
Is it the Emperor's clothes, or is Glenn really just naked and you're telling him you look very nice in your suit today?
Yes,
meanwhile it's all invisible?
He's always nice. Looking, I mean, not as a person. Now, we love us.
I didn't know that
Glenn
side
Brown.
about you. Okay.
How you doing, Glenn?
I'm very well, thank you, gentlemen.
Glenn was in the booth earlier, first with UI's guy, and then had fun with him for a little while.
Yep. And you did, okay, more than I knew. But now Glenn is walking around doing some interviews with our profiles. So
both of us were wearing clothes, for the record.
Okay, no more details, please. Now Posse will be racing from the bottom position for sure. If you go back to people that are definitely wearing clothes, these 3 players on the table, and this is the hoodie we are talking about, the no filter one. Not the actual one we will give to the winner, because this one is Posse's, but a similar one.
Maybe we can give Posse.
Signed one.
Posse, who chose Posse?
Me.
Oh,
no one's a certain.
The other 2 guys aren't wearing. But maybe we can, if Posse's heads up, maybe we can tell him that we need both you guys to sign this hoodie.
Yes.
It could be like a fresh hoodie even. It doesn't have to be the one Posse wear. A game-worn jersey.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Those are...
We can start patching it up and make player cards out of it.
Tommy can't call with the 7-5, so he's now down to almost crumbles. Needs a quick
QCC
double
saying
up.
nerds are fun, but maybe she doesn't
She
know me
flirting
well
with
enough.
you?
Would you describe me as fun?
Not necessarily the first words that comes to mind. Of course, Jason. You're always fun to be around. Not always.
No, I can be.
I take that back. We all have our bad days, right? No, just kidding. But
if I get burned, I'm not keeping, and then you hear the different side of me. I think this must be the last hand before the break, but maybe they can squeeze one more in, depending on how. Maybe Mikko's playing small, just saying, I just want to come back. But then he would be in the big blind with 100K versus 80. But maybe he was just thinking. And Tommy might shove here, wise guy. Queen 3 suited in the small blind.
Yeah.
After Mikko folds, there's not too many spots. Mikko's
He
really
does.
just folding, so. And Posse waking up with
Oh.
ace-jack, just some bad timing for Tommy. But maybe he'll get there. 2 live cards.
Yeah, sure, he's
a
live.
pair of clubs. We can see it's just 60-40, so stranger things have happened.
Yes, surely so, but in trouble, risking his seat in the tournament. The all-in star is there for Tommy Lankinen of Finland with the Queen 3 suited. Needs help to stay in the game. And that's an ace
that's
as
a
well,
herder.
looking not good right now.
Needs something for a backdoor, maybe
Yeah.
a king or jack or even a 9.
That
But it's a
seals
10.
the deal.
Yeah. I mean, what can you do? You had 485,000, not going to get that many spots. And
rub
then you
it
just
in
get
with the queen as
needled,
well.
But, Tommy's being a good spirit about it, and as he should be. He didn't enter today with one of the top 5 stacks and still will walk away with the 3rd place finish of 40,850 euros, so quite a nice result based on where he was at the start of the day. And we're about to go on break before we go heads up, but they will be playing for around 85,000, and they've locked up already 60. It's Wise Guy and Jason back in 10 minutes for the heads up affair.
See you soon.
20 minutes.
20 minute break.
We
Okay,
have
some
an update.
extra. Okay.
See you soon.
Biggest poker festival in Northern Europe, Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments, 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Whatever you want to say about Scotty today, he is on the verge of poker's most prestigious championship.
The only man. The river card now. It is a 4, and Scotty Nguyen is the horse world champion.
Good play, all baby.
Yeah, baby.
You know, this man right here, I have to give him credit. You know, this young man right here, he can play. The last couple of years, he showed the world. He can come out and play some poker and deal with a big boy.
Well, it's not even over yet. We're getting speeches here.
I love this.
All right.
I like what he said. A lot of heart right there. But it's all coming down to this card. What's it going to be?
If it's not a queen, Scotty's going to win.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title.
Oh my God. Scotty just moved all in. I think Scotty has a 9 here. And I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
I think Kevin could have an overcard.
I don't have any idea. This is a very interesting hand here.
You are going to be all over, baby. I call. I play the board.
Kevin calls.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got
Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped the 9s here, and he just checked it.
Just needling him for not having a full stack.
This man here is telling us how good he is and how much money he has. And now look at his stack. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Tell you what, Phil. I think I'll bust you right now. Bust you. Pick the rebuy.
Don't want many live tells back in this cash game.
But you flop twice.
I have a 5.
Listen, let me teach you something about money management. He gave me, I think it was a $1,000 bankroll.
So I was like, listen, I'm gonna put your money in 7 different envelopes. So if you lose one envelope, you'd be done. You know, that's it. If you win, you just hold the money and you open the next envelope the next day and they have more money to work with.
After the first day, Rob coming back to the room and he sees all 7 envelopes open after the first day.
No, the first time where I saw, like, this guy's an animal. Like, he can't help himself.
I like to spend money, I like to have fun, I like to enjoy myself. I still would definitely open the 7 envelopes today.
It's over, it's over, it's over, we're in. It's already over, right? It's over, it's over! We won, let's go!
Wait a minute.
It's not over,
Grinder. Mikey, wait a minute. He's got board pairs. Are we reading the board wrong? Hang on a minute.
It's over? Oh, it's tonight. Shit, I didn't know that. Shit. I didn't think too fair.
Everybody relax.
This would be a catastrophic swing if the board were to pair the ace or the 9 here and give Wozniak the double.
Mikey, baby.
No ace or 9. No ace or 9. No ace or 9.
That's all it would take. And it's over.
Wow, Sootla. Sootla. Run like Sootla. This guy really does.
He's gonna close this one on one hand.
I mean, he could do, right? Straight away.
A long break.
Covers by 400k.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, so...
Now we don't want to see that king.
No, he doesn't want to see the king, and he doesn't want to see a jack either. And that's a safe card for him, so a jack, 7 or a queen. That's what the Japanese player is looking for here.
Biggest poker festival in Northern Europe, Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments, 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
beautiful city views of Tallinn. A walk into the Hilton Park Hotel, and this is inside the ballroom. We are heads up in the legends of the game. Jason Glatzer by my side. If anyone by any chance just joined us, what is Legend of the Game and what is No Filter Poker Series?
I mean, No Filter Poker Series. I mean, first I want to go back. I mean, this music intro that we're hearing every time, if there was a camera on us, I hope you guys are dancing a little bit at home. We're doing the chair dance every time.
Definitely.
But to get into the No Filter Poker Series, it almost actually wouldn't have been an idea if not for something that happened in Sweden. So the Casino Cosmopol, which is basically the only legal game in town, decided, we're just not going to offer poker anymore. We're not making money on it. We don't have a focused marketing team, whatever it might be. Maybe the owner just doesn't like poker for some reason.
The owner was the state, though. So.
Oh,
and they closed the entire casino, not only the poker.
So they closed everything.
Yeah, everything.
Okay, so no options anymore. Mounir was here playing at the Kings of Tallinn, having a good time, and formulated a longer-term relationship here in terms of creating the No Filter Poker Tour. And the idea was that the Swedish players who can find places to play at the pseudo gray area, I don't know how you describe the clubs. I'd be more than comfortable playing at a club like that, but they're not necessarily legal clubs within Sweden. And Mounir, being a former judge, he wants to be in a clean environment. But we have a hand developing here, so we'll get back into that now. It's a very often chop pot situation, but maybe ace-2 gets ace-3 to fold early on. But it doesn't look like that's the case.
No, we're off to a flop. Oh, that's
and it's not going to be a flip at all.
So both the backdoor diamond nut draw and the 3 for Pasi Sormunen to our left. And he's playing against Mikko, who is actually will be the aggressor of this flop.
I mean, even though we can see Pasi's ahead, it's that ace of diamonds that's going to help him stick around if it's a biggish bet. It's a small bet. This is easy. He may even decide to raise it, so not that easy, but we know that he's definitely not folding heads up here, connecting with the board.
Seems like a raise, right?
Yeah. I like this because the backdoor is not a shit ton of equity, I would say. So you're looking at just seeing kind of where things are going. You're not going to really get a 7 or a jack to fold, but you're going to be denying equity the rest of the way in a pot that's already at 2.8 million. Well, 2.2 million or whatever it might be, less the 600K.
Yeah, so Pasi was in the chip lead coming into this heads up, and he extends it now, 7.3 versus 2.8 millions, and we are on a 50, 100K blind level. Still playing with the ante as well, by the looks of it, heads up. And they have made a deal heads up as well. Coming into this one, they are agreeing on Pasi Sormunen to secure some 68,300, and Mikko Ylimäki has locked up 62.6. So they are playing for 14,000 euros more to the winner, and of course the trophy, the No Filter trophy. Have we seen those? Yeah, it's on the table now, but have we seen it yet? We haven't, right? It's just been placed there.
And this angle is not doing it justice, actually, because it's a nice glass trophy, so that's not always going to appear well, depending on how the white lights are reflecting it. And let's just say the lights are pretty intense at the TV table.
They are, yeah. So no action for the second hand, heads up. So 2 out of 101 entries still remaining in this one. You see in the background, we are playing 30-minute levels, so we just started this one. The next level will be 50, 125. So not a huge increase to come either. And also the players has agreed to have a break after 1 hour if it's not finished yet.
But they're still playing a 30-minute clock heads up, which heads up, that's a lot of hands actually.
Absolutely.
It's interesting, this deal, because, I mean, there was no ICM once you're heads up anyway, but to make it 14,000 when you've already locked up 60-something, 14,000 a little while ago sounded like a lot, but it's not that much of a pay jump anymore. It's about the honor of winning the trophy. Of course, the 16,000 they want, but are they going to have a worse night winning 64 versus 80? Probably not,
Probably not, right?
And there's some players that would say I would rather have 70 in the trophy than 80 in second place as well. We've seen that many times over the years, where the trophy actually matters a lot to some players.
Yeah.
And nothing to others. And those players, it's just about maximizing how much cash they can take from an event. I remember at EPT Prague, probably about 8 years ago, maybe it was. It was before Will Kassouf had his scandalous moments, but was already had the 9 high like a boss moments. So he entered the 10K high roller, was having fun. You know, guys like Matas and Bolas were chattering too. So it's not just, you know, Will, you know, he wasn't, Cabral was there too. So it's at that stage, he was just one of many, you know, funnish people, right?
Yeah.
And then he makes the final table, and you know, Will was still being Will. He's played in 10K events before. Eventually gets heads up, and he made a deal for a lot less money just to get the trophy.
Oh, okay.
So he won the event and took less than second and got the trophy. But at the time, he was an ambassador for a casino in Europe, and you know, he was looking at it. I was there reporting it, actually, and he came to talk to me afterwards. Was this the right decision, Jason? I was advised by XYZ. I'm not going to throw that person under the bus. You know, that this would be good for career, and you know how I am. I want attention.
Yeah.
He didn't use those exact words, but, you know, it's... I have a pretty open relationship with Will that I can tell him when he's being an asshat, and he'll understand it's still not coming from a bad place. I just want him to know that how other people are viewing his behavior.
Look at this for a flop for Mikko. Unfortunately for him, Pasi doesn't have anything connecting, but maybe he'll try to at least stab at it and give a few more chips to Mikko from this pot. Decides to check though.
Mikko's going to check back here a lot.
Yeah, pretty convinced he will. No, reaching for chips, hoping that Pasi has something. It's unfortunately not going to be, I think.
It's a strange one when you have one of the hearts as well. You have those gappers between the 3 to 7. Yeah, so it's just like a 7 or a better 3, or maybe a speculative like.
Look at this, floating.
Or he's hoping that somebody makes a move or floats, I guess. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see why Pasi is check calling out of position with 9 deuce off with no clubs on the board and no possibility of connecting unless he senses some weakness in Mikko and just wants to keep applying the pressure. There's something to that, because even if he's caught with hand in the cookie jar now, he's gotten it in the head of Mikko a bit more, even if Mikko wins the pot, which we see he most definitely will. He's not going anywhere. Maybe if a 4th heart comes, but he has a 6.
Yeah.
And then it would have to be a very courageous shove by Pasi. But Mikko may be thinking, should I raise now? You know, it may be just a call. It is. I don't think there's any 500,000 chips in yet.
Oh, nice card for Mikko, of course. Let's see if Pasi decides to keep bluffing.
It's not as easy. I mean, Mikko's going to call if he's shoved upon, but it's not as easy as you think, because Pasi's line is actually, I had a 7 the entire way. You know, he check called a small bet on the flop. He led out on the turn after the queen came with what seemingly looked like a blocking bet, which often is like a 7, where I just want to have you call with a high heart. We see it was something completely different.
Now just a question of whether you decide just
There's
to
no
call.
point to shove.
No, I mean, never getting called by anything
It's suicidal
else than
to
a 7.
shove. Maybe a queen will call. You know, maybe a flush. You know,
A
you can
flush,
shove.
yeah.
You can shove for the flush. Actually, I take that back. A shove isn't horrible. There's enough hands that are calling that you're getting max value for.
Yeah, but a nice pot for Mikko. And back a bit to 3.6.
That's at least his high point, I believe, during heads-up play.
It should be, yeah. And here we have the confirmation of the current chip count between these two guys.
That's 100 big blinds in play. And when we started the day, I said this would be the blind level, the earliest blind level. And I said it would either be this blind level or the next 2.
Yeah.
And I said it was possible at 40-80, but then you're really looking at a lot of either setups or looser action than we even saw. You know, we saw some loose action for a final table of this stature, but not anything like maniacal. Probably if we had Christer Larsen, the whole dynamic of the table would have been different because everybody's trying to figure out what the heck he was doing. He was really in the heads of a lot of players. Some of them were happy at the end, and some of them were very disappointed that he took their chips. Obviously, it went both ways. He was on such a roller coaster yesterday. Fun to watch.
Yeah, he was. Absolutely. Imagine if we had only Christer Larssons on every
It would be a complete
table.
don't do this at home unless you know what you're doing kind of conversation about every single hand.
Yeah.
Because oddly enough, the plays that we saw that were so unorthodox, Christer had his reasons, and he is extremely, despite being in the industry, if you're going back in the day, he is a very feared cash game player.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have never played personally with him primarily because, we're always in spots where one of us can't play. But I don't think I would fare very well against him. In a heads-up affair, I may have a better chance. But in a full ring situation, when you have other players also to factor in, his unorthodox moves are going to mess up my game so much.
Yeah. He's a really tough player, actually, to have on the table in the cash game. We played quite a lot back in the days, and now we're talking some 15 years ago back in Sweden at the clubs. And
hold on. Sorry, wise guy.
Yes.
I don't think we have a move here by Posse.
No, I mean, just it's one of those guys you don't like to have on your cash game table because he's just putting max pressure in every spot he enters. So it's like, yeah, and of course he knows what he's doing because he doesn't play no limit cash games. We're talking PLO, and then you need to know what you're doing if you're going up against a player who's always putting the max pressure and have the reasons for it at the right spot. So yeah,
I'm sure Christer and I will get an opportunity to be at the same table at some stage in a cash game, but I don't think I'll play the same way by far than I normally do.
Okay, now
and I don't even have a strategy how to approach.
What's that? 250 from Posse, yes, and a fold from Mikko.
If it's a bad player playing the way he was playing, then I have an approach, but somebody that is actually have reasons for these weird plays that maybe go against the common trends. Those are actually very difficult to play, even the marginally losing players in that situation are hard to play against, but certainly a crusher. Here we go down to the final two once again. Here at the €3,500 buy-in. Legends of the Game at the No Filter Poker Tour here at Olympic Park Casino and the Hilton Tallinn Park. The TV table is uniquely in the ballroom. The setup is a bit different for the No Filter than what you might see at an OlyBet event. Slightly reduced space due to the event needs, and the TV table is nice and cozy in the main room. So those that are on the TV table can get a little bit of a peek of what's happening at the side tables and vice versa. Always pros and cons to everything. Rico deciding to bet his open-ender with no flush draw possibility in a call. And it gets there with the Jack of Clubs. So Mikko can do nothing wrong, but I don't think Posse with third pair on this board is going to call anything big. He may not call anything at all. But Mikko should protect his hand against those other potential hands. That can pull ahead of him. Even like a 10 in this situation is what Posse needs, but any club, any diamond can be a scare card for Mikko. And Posse now thinking, Mikko is kind of, he didn't really think long about that, actually. He just called with his third pair. That's actually a good card for Mikko because it's much easier now to fold because the 6 is also a straight. However, none of the flush draws hit, so if he was putting his opponent on some weird flush draw that didn't connect to the board, it's hard to really put it on that specific of a hand. And Miko's only behind a queen 10. So he needs to bet here. Only that combination.
1.4 in the middle, and that's 900 by the looks of it.
If Posse levels himself into a call here, it's almost evened up in stacks.
It is, yeah.
If Posse decides to save his chips for another day, well, we've seen Miko before at 3-6. Now he'd been around 3-8.
And Posse,
checking it's not.
Even though you were talking about, Jason, that it's only 14,000 on the top of this after they made the deal, it would actually mean a landmark for Posse if he wins this one, earning-wise. Could you guess why?
Because it would put him at 14,000 in earnings on Hendon because his profile is hidden?
No.
Okay.
That's the wrong answer. His profile is open and he has cashes on Hendon Mob and he has a lot of them.
So it puts him over $500,000?
Even better.
$1 million?
Yes.
That's a nice landmark.
Some $925,000 in live earnings on the Hendon Mob. Biggest score coming from a 5th place.
And what about Miko? He has to be around the same.
I didn't get the chance to check that before my computer just died.
I can check it as well.
But Posse has a biggest score money-wise, the 5th place in an EPT some 12 years ago in Barcelona. And his biggest win was also some $100,000.
Miko's at 316.
Okay, yeah. So,
which I thought would be more. So I had both. I had one lower and one higher.
You did, yeah. Posse has scores back from 2010, so he's been playing a lot and has scores all through since then. So he's been around the block. Posse Sormunen. And he was on the final table on the Kings of Tallinn High Roller last year here in Tallinn as well. Does put in the call. Nice pot for Miko.
Yeah,
and
Miko.
Almost even in stacks now. 4.7 versus 5.4. Not much dividing these two fins anymore. Posse losing the big grip he had coming into the heads up. So this is just anyone's game now. Not anyone's, but any of these two. Yeah, there were some big names for those of you who haven't followed our stream yesterday and today. In this one, of course, being named the legends of the game. We had Michael Mizrachi, his son Paul. We had Scotty Nguyen. We had Juha Helppi. And, of course, local legend Ranno Sootla. We had Swedish Hall of Famer and female champion, Swedish all-around champion, I should say. Not only the female event, Noelia Ivars Rico playing. And, a lot of other big names, of course, in this one. But the last two standing are these two. Posse Sormunen and Mika.
I'm going to make a bold prediction that a player from Finland is going to walk home with the trophy.
I'm not going to give you any odds on that, no.
Cape Galima. Raised by Posse with 8-4 off. Miko with just 9-3. So I think it's going to be down to a little small ball for a little bit of time.
Yeah, and I'm going to leave it over to Glenn Brown coming back into the booth for a little.
The last 10 minutes of action before
the break.
We have lines
no,
now,
that's
40
more
minutes.
than that. Yeah, exactly. So you have plenty of time to do whatever you used to do while I'm gone. See you soon.
What happens in the booth stays in the booth. Thank you. That was Andreas Wise Guy Hoagland. It looks like he's being called to other duties. He's also helping out with a bit of the media coordination here. Pretty much everything's under control. Most of us are very experienced. I'm typically running my own team, but this time we're not doing reporting. But my compadre, Mr. Glenn Brown, I've been discussing things every day about different ideas for social, mostly just going over his ideas. But once in a while, I give him something that I'd like to see as well. But look, welcome back, Glenn.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. How are we? Heads up.
Heads up. And I have a bold prediction. I don't know if you heard it while you were waiting to come in.
I didn't. Go on.
I'm willing to put my name out there that I believe a player from Finland is going to win this.
That's got to be the best odds you've ever had.
Well, we could have the singing cowboy come and disrupt things, and then, all of a sudden the event doesn't end. They agreed to let them chop it because the table's literally chopped in half because of something like that. But
something that's been
that'd
said.
be completely unprecedented. And a little photo taking there by Glenn.
Has to be done.
But we have a funny little thing going on. We have 10-3 against King 2 with a 3x raising size by Posse. So mixing it up a little bit between 2x and 3x. And we have the 5 of diamonds, Queen of hearts, King of diamonds. So top pair for Mikko. No flush draw, nothing really going for Posse, but that's not going to slow him down from what we know from Posse. Immediately reaching for a small bet of 200,000. And now Mikko, you may want to raise here. I don't mind the call, but, there's some Jack-10, some diamonds, and other hands. Board got a little bit scarier, but not too much. There are ace-10s in the pre-flop raise opening by Posse. 9-10s, of course, but king-queens would have been already there on the flop, which are blocking to some degree. And Posse saying, nope, I'm not going to rep that heart. And it's a third heart on the river, getting there on the 3. So now let's see if the tables have turned after it goes check, and if Mikko can extract some value from Posse. Because the driver's seat, in a way, is turned over to him once he went check after he called the flop bet. Posse is thinking along the same lines, that if I'm going to get value, I need to bet. And I should be good with my top pair. It's a bet of 650, I believe. Yes, it is. And Posse should be able to let go of this, actually, even though he's connected with the board, which is typically, you can't call it heads up. He might be thinking of a raise. I don't mind that. I didn't even think of that, actually.
That's a good raise.
Yeah. I think then he raises a little bit bigger, though, because this is not necessarily getting a queen off or a jack off. It'll get a 5 off. But it's a min-click back. Let's see. I mean, if it gets a king off, I'll stand completely corrected. Because then... Now, of course, if it's a player that's only capable of doing this with a made hand, it's a fold. But I would have to say that neither of these players really fit that bill.
I watched these two battle it out earlier on when I was in the box earlier on. A great hand by hearts. Amazing hand. Both flopped it.
I'm surprised Mikko hasn't called yet. He may be talking himself into a fold. He's certainly not thinking of raising, I hope. No point to turn your hand into a bluff. I don't believe, anyway. Yeah, it does make the call.
Yeah.
Posse's shaking his head. Always got it until you don't.
It's been good. It's good, these guys. I had a chat with them just before they started this table. Nice guys. See, Mikko won the biggest ever Kings of Tallinn 555.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was informed earlier on.
He's been at his share of final tables over the years. Posse, if he wins, will break the 1 million barrier on the head to mouth.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That extra 14K that's left for the deal actually makes the difference.
Oh, no way. I wonder if that's why I agreed.
Well, then either way, if you win, you get it. It was just smooth out.
Oh, that's cool.
Make it so that's a little more, let's say, less stress, difference between 14K and 30K is massive. I think it was a 25K difference?
Yeah, 85 and 60 something. It was about 20K difference. 25K difference, yeah. And now it's 14, which is actually a big difference, as I was explaining to Wise Guy as to why. That it's not going to make that much a big difference between, 66 and 80.
as much as it might from 60 to 80. 85, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I know you normally get a load of trophy hunters, and I asked them both, the trophy or the money? And they both went, both. Which was great.
Yeah, I don't see these guys giving up money
No.
equity for a trophy. They would only value the trophy if they earn it. And we talked about the Will. I talked about the Will Kassouf situation, when he basically bought the trophy in Prague, and about the reasons why he might have done that, and, and the reasons that he gave me that he did it. It's open that he's done it. Everybody knows it was pre-scandalous Will, but post 9 high like a boss Will. In that tweener phase when he was living on the moon, with his nice sponsorship and all that.
Yeah, he did have a good sponsorship deal. He did.
But there are people that do that aren't named Will. It's a thing. I refuse to do it. I don't even like winning a trophy if I've made a deal. Like if it's...
oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, if it's a deal like this and you're playing for money, I mean, certainly I'm trying to make a deal in this spot as soon as possible just to smooth out my variance because it's very big in relation to what I normally play, right? So
sure.
I'm not necessarily here to... I do like a good gamble once in a while, but when I'm at the poker table, it's about making the best decisions. And sometimes that pertains to, bankroll considerations. But considering I wanted to gamble tomorrow on making like a team based on chip counts, not tomorrow, but Tuesday on the main event, I do have a little gamble in me, too.
Really? I'd never noticed.
It's a good thing I'm not a kid anymore.
It is.
You don't see me like punting away needless sums of money on it. It's entertainment money.
That's what it's all about, though, isn't it? It should be social. We were talking about this earlier. This event's really social. It's fantastic how it's been set up. Very impressed.
Yeah, especially considering they had to rejig, the whole outlook compared to the typical OlyBet events that they have here, because OlyBet is hosting rather than, the event organizer in this case. They're also providing the logistics of all the tournament staff and all that, but, no filter. It's their baby for the marketing and all that. They did a fantastic job, too, getting Mike Mizrachi, his son, Scotty, a few other legends.
Helppi.
Ranno would have come anyway. Helppi is another who may or may not have come.
Oh, it's been a great turnout. It's been fantastic.
Helppi's here a lot, to be fair, though. He comes for Teresa, for the Kings of Tallinn. He's a nice ambassador to the game.
I like, what's that the 10?
Thinking about it. He's seen what Posse's done before. He saw what happened with that 10-3 hand where there was even went as far as a raise on the river. But this time he believes him, and wisely so. Or maybe he just didn't fancy seeing what happened on the river if he didn't connect with just king high.
I must admit, I do like this stage in the middle of the room for the other players to see it. I know normally it's outside here for the OlyBet events.
Yeah, I would say there's pros and cons, but what I like is I do like it better actually outside because they also have the outer tables, right? So we're not... If it's an event like this, it's better inside because we were already covering this event yesterday on day one. So, you don't want to pull players completely out of the room somewhere else when it's day one, or really any time if they can't really follow the flow of the action. Now, typically what's happening is it's day 2s, day 3s being streamed that are down to 3-4 tables, so they'll put everything kind of in the same area.
Yep. I've been here for that, and how they do it's very good. I just like the atmosphere, how it's working.
Yeah,
it's all part of
it works both ways.
Yeah, I think it's good for the. We've done it. The Goliath, for example, in the UK, same thing. Pitch tables are right in the middle of the room, right in the middle where the action is.
The only downside to it is that they used a corner here, so it's not really taking away that many tables.
Yeah.
But if you're setting up in the middle of the room, you're probably looking at a good 6 tables that you could have had for that one.
Yeah, no, I do.
And something like Goliath, where they have infinite space, it's a bit different.
It's still slightly different. But it just works with the atmosphere, I think. It just changes the atmosphere a little bit, especially for the final table, and especially for a fun event like this. I think it's working. It's what Mounir wants it all about, I think. It's the no filter. Yeah. So
It's much easier for the players playing if they want to take a peek at what's happening, pop up. They don't have to leave the room. I mean, it's not that the TV table's normally that far away. They do get rails all the time. I didn't see how the rail is looking at the moment for this.
There's a few Finnish fans on the side, as you'd expect.
So Mikko limping with his threes. Check back, and now let's see if Poss, even though the pot's small, whether he wants to take a stab. And Mikko will be happy just throwing a small pot there.
I'd say that.
You're not very often winning with threes on that board, but you are often winning it when it goes check all the way through. Okay, blinds have gone up, 50,000, 125,000. So action getting heavier. There's still a big blind ante heads up.
Yeah, that's unusual. Some places do it, some don't.
It should be standardized at some stage, but there are a lot of things that happen in the UK that are actually not TDA compliant, that are just normal out there. Like you're not even using antes in Patlum in Omaha when I introduced it for the first time.
Yeah, I remember.
Players enjoyed it, but there were a few that really said, you know, can you do it next time without antes? It was about 50-50, so it was just easier. The players that wanted antes were okay playing without antes, but the other way around, they would have played anyway, but I want to make players happy, so we have accommodated going forward in our ante process and our UK events, but
it's trying to, it just works sometimes.
But Teresa's a big believer in TDA.
Okay. So everything's by the book. Exactly
as much as possible, with the key thing being that one of the TDA rules is that tournament discretion overrules kind of other things. But
okay.
But it shouldn't be about, to me, it shouldn't be about basic stuff, about how much the ante is. A player should be able to walk into any casino in the world that's offering poker, especially when it's no limit hold'em, and know exactly what they're getting themselves into.
What they're walking into, exactly, yeah.
That they're not all of a sudden deep run and the rules are being changed on them compared to what they're used to. Because it makes a difference, the big blind ante. If you make it a half blind, like a small blind ante, like it used to be here when it was down to 5, and I'm going back pre-pandemic days, that's a smaller adjustment than just getting rid of the ante altogether. We could be looking at a heads up that'll be twice as long, for example.
We run, in the grassroots stuff we do back in the UK for Red Teeth, our finals, they have small blind antes.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, if the small blind was the reg when you get down to 3 or less or 5 or less, I do like that. To get rid of the antes altogether, I don't like it all. It's basically, why now are you all of a sudden getting rid of it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You can't just do that. It doesn't work.
You're not making the clock quicker either, right? So if you're going to do that, then adjust the clock when you're down to... And there are places that do this. One place we're going to soon does it, where they'll start with a 90-minute clock, and when it's down to 5, it's 45 minutes, down to 3, 30 minutes. And the players can even... They can make a deal at any stage to make the clock shorter, but not make the clock longer.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Makes total sense, that does.
But then once again, you run into, should we, as, standing members in the poker industry say, guys, let's, standardize this and make it a little bit easier for everybody.
I think it should be.
I like gimmicks, but, then you make those clear, that this is different because we're doing this.
This is what we're doing, yeah. You've got to make it pretty standard, I think, and I agree with you.
Kind of like what Mounir's doing with this main event, where he has 100,000. He doesn't have any guarantee, except the winner's guaranteed 100,000 euros. So it's very clear what you're getting yourself into. That if the field doesn't get 1,000 entries, that it could be quite top heavy at the end. But you understand that.
You know that, you know that before you get here.
You don't. Yeah, you're not. And there's plenty of other events you can play that are with normal structures that you can choose to play if you don't want to.
And they got more flights
into that.
There's another flight tonight for that, and 2 more tomorrow, I believe, for the main.
Wise Guy is playing it tomorrow.
Oh, is he?
Because he won a ticket.
Yeah, he was saying.
So if he makes it all the way to the final table, I'll need to find more than just a guest or two. I'll need to find a partner in crime
Mate, you know what it's like. I imagine we'll start commentating on Wise Guy winning it. That would be a story.
That would be the story.
That would definitely be the story of the week.
Beating Mizrachi heads up, of course.
Yeah. And how does he interview himself afterwards?
Well, we have a good turn here by Miko. Posse doesn't look like he's going to come along after being ahead before the turn with 4 deuce suited. And Miko's steamrolling a little bit now. He's up to 7.7. So even a double up by his opponent is not going to give Posse the chip lead, but would even up the stacks again. So still anyone's game. But it's a double up away from being even, not a double up away from chip lead change.
He's played a short stack Mika really well earlier on as well when we started the day today.
Yeah.
He was started really short, and the one turnaround was essentially was the hand that he had ace 9 of hearts. Passy had queen 10 of hearts and the flop came down 3 hearts.
Yeah, that was,
it was a great hand.
Final table, but before that he got lucky actually with a flip.
Yeah.
You know, there's several times he could have been on the rail, but that's how poker tournaments go sometimes.
Yeah,
and Miko is a deserving winner if he's able to continue his steamroll. Posse has played well throughout the day. I like this move by Posse. You know, he's down to around 15 bigs. It's better to just 3-bet shove than to call. You could also 3-bet almost shove and then just get it in on the flop. Doesn't really matter.
It's a good play from what we're watching. I mean, I know these guys are legends and they play deep stacks and they play quite big stake poker. There's some of these guys all the time, so they're used to playing this sort of standard.
Yeah. I look at a lot of final tables and I commentate, and I'm just immediately like, yeah, if I was on that one, I would be holding my own. And I looked at and this was even, I said it after Rupe and Siliander were on the rail, and I said those two guys I really kind of would be very careful around.
Yeah.
That this is not the final table for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have held my own on this table either.
On the other hand, if I'm able to see what cards they have like I am now, then...
That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
And if I can't win it then there's something wrong.
Then you do have a problem.
Yeah. I have a bigger problem than the fact that I won it. Because I'm too honest of a person not to admit what I did. And I would never obviously do that to begin with. To be clear to those that don't know my sense of humor, I'm a very ethical, actually, person.
You're actually one of the most ethical people I've ever met, Jason. I've always said that.
At least in this industry, because this industry is, you have people like Teresa and Krister, who was head of poker here, who are, two of the most ethical people I know. Olivier as well, who runs things. He wants to make sure things are run fair and smooth.
Yep.
I'm not a unicorn in that way, I would say, but I wish there were more of us.
You certainly are in this industry, that's for sure. You make sure.
I have to make compromises all the time, though.
1.9 deuce.
Ooh, a straight coming out of nowhere from that top pair, but also Posse now getting some relief with a chop pot.
Yeah.
Unless Miko just jams it and Posse says he's only doing this with the 7, but Posse's calling any bet, to be fair.
Yeah.
Not even thinking about it this time. And 62,500 profit. That's going to go a long way, Posse. Don't spend it all in one place. Now, if it was in cash, then yeah, definitely don't spend it all in one place.
Yeah, correct.
Unless you're getting a discount on a high-performance vehicle, then definitely spend it right now.
I agree. So talking about cash, are you streaming a cash game? Is there a cash game coming?
Tomorrow night there'll be a cash game. As Wise Guy was explaining earlier, it's scheduled to be going live at 6:30. But when you're dealing with high-stakes cash games and people that are here to enjoy the no-filter atmosphere, I won't be surprised if that starts a little bit late.
Yep.
So I'm going to do about an hour of it, I believe, if it does start on time. Because Wise Guy is going to play the main event.
Sure.
And then after Wise Guy bags his stack, he'll probably relieve me, and I'll pop in and out depending on other things.
Sure. Have they got any confirmed names for this cash game out or not? Do you know?
I don't want to share anything until I want to hear from the player's mouth.
Yeah.
You know how I am.
Yeah.
Or hear from Teresa's mouth that these players told me that they're confirmed, then I'm more than comfortable. But I've only heard rumors.
Okay. There's a lot of big players here. That's for sure.
I can tell you that what they have planned in terms of people should be entertaining.
Okay.
But it could turn out to be just a pure, let's say, clinic in how to play poker as well. So either way, I would tune in. You know, when you're dealing with these stakes, 25, 50 and higher, you get sometimes businessmen to join the field to do the mix, but sometimes you just get a bunch of, you know, who's who on the poker table, and the guy that's the fish doesn't realize the fish because normally he's the shark at the table, right? So it can go all sorts of ways.
Could be fun watch.
And it sometimes just takes one person in the lineup to change the entire dynamic.
It'd be a fun watch.
You know, an example of that is a guy like Kyan Mokri, you know, who's been busy lately with the heads-up matches with Monarch, and before that, you know, he would be on a lot of cash game streams. I've done commentating with him, and when he gets bored, he just says, "You guys are too boring. I'm leaving." I tried to live him up. He's done that twice.
Really?
And just left. You know, up or down, it didn't matter to him. He was there to have fun.
He just wants to have a laugh.
But he's a little bit like Krister, where he can put max pressure on people, so he knows exactly what he's doing. You know, and even though he's having fun doing it, but he wants to have fun. You know?
Wants to enjoy.
So that's why it works out well with this Monarch guy, that they have this rivalry, but they're both having fun with it. Yeah, Kyan's a character in a good way.
I've never met Kyan.
I'm sure you will in the coming times.
Future time at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Posse finding a spot to chip up. It's okay to get a fold there. He wouldn't have minded a call. He would have minded a call under certain circumstances, of course, but not from like a king-queen.
I bet the chat's a lot quieter this morning since the singing cowboy finished.
Yeah, I mean, we had at least QCC return, and we had Udo in the chat. Danilo, 40 Days Left, was here yesterday.
Okay.
There's a name in Acrylic that I'm not going to try to pronounce just so I don't completely butcher it. But welcome as well. No offense, apologies. Red More Blue is here. Steve was here earlier rooting for Duncan. I think he left once Duncan left. So a little bit was on Duncan, I would say.
He was a character.
And perhaps the Finnish people weren't made aware that it was like 5 left and all finished. I think there will be a lot of people rewatching this at a later stage just due to the whole dynamic of things. Yes. You know, they're missing a clinic right now, you know. But we also have a bunch of viewers. It's not just on the YouTube channel that we're just checking out the chat. It's in other channels as well.
Still a great stream setup here. They've got this done very, very well. Very professional team doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you have Edgar, who has like a ton of TV production experience.
Yep.
I remember the first time meeting him and how impressed I was with the setup out in the hallway. And I did some testing with him. Initially, we had to develop the chemistry, but we have a common, let's say, professional respect for us, for each other. I really admire what he does here.
Yeah, they have perfected it, that's for sure. Oh.
Oh, wow. This should be a call by Mika. We will see. Because he did open up. And Posse should have some 3 bets that are lighter than that king-queen for sure, but he may opt to fold. If it was a little bit less, it's an easy call, actually, but I just don't see him getting a fold here. Yeah,
there we go.
Does call.
There we go.
So Posse marginally ahead with ace-3 to king-queen. Perhaps the clubs will come into play, too. Is suited. But it's more or less a coin flip at this stage with ace-3 slightly ahead. Oh my!
in the window.
So both players hitting a piece, a club backdoor, but in the window, Mikko with the top pair pulling ahead, now a 3-1 favorite. And the 2 of hearts on the turn ruins any dreams of a flush draw. So it's a 3 or an ace, or it is all over, baby. And it's a 7 of diamonds. The king-queen holds. We have a winner. Congratulations to Mikko Yalimaki Posse, who came in as the chip leader.
Wow,
did well with the deal. He's still smiling. You know, he knows that this hand could have gone either way. He wins this hand. He actually had the chip lead. And we would have continued on for a little bit more.
Wow.
But amazing ending.
Mikko. Oh, Jason, well, what a finish. That's great. 2 good players. Well deserved.
And Mikko making a name for himself. I mean, Mikko's been around for a while as well. I was surprised to see that he was sub 400,000 on Hendemont before today.
Okay.
Being experienced. But this is the year of Mikko, I guess. He's won the biggest ever 555. And now he's won the inaugural 3,500 Legends game here at the No Filter Poker Series. So, I mean, that is something. It's a big buy-in with big Legends, a big buy-in as well.
It's huge.
If you look at this final table, it was one of the scariest ones I've, there was 1 or 2 spots where I wouldn't be scared at all. But, when you looked at that final 5, and it was ridiculous. So we have Linka taking the winner photos. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Another congratulations from Mikko. Thank you to Andreas for holding down the fort. And thank you to Glenn for joining for the tail end and the beginning.
You are more than welcome. It's been my pleasure. And I will catch up with you a little bit later on, Jason. Well done to Mikko. I'm going to go and do some media duties, as we all have to now, and enjoy the rest of the day. Sounds sexy, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Well,
media duties. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you to everybody once again. This is Jason Glatzer and Glenn Brown here at the No Filter Poker Series. You just witnessed Mikko Yalimaki win the biggest buy-in. Well, no, we have a 5K today, but the 3,500 Legends game. Michael Mizrachi, Paul Mizrachi, Scotty Nguyen, Juha Helppi. We can go on and on, but those are the biggest of big names. Ranno Sootla, but yet it's Mikko Yalimaki who will be known as the first ever champion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
I was about to say Hilton when I said oh yeah, I know, Robin, yeah. All right. Okay. Camera running. Oh, it's not. All right. So, joined now by the winner of the Legends of the Game, Mikko Yalimaki. Congratulations on taking down this big one. What's the feeling right after this happened?
I'm a little bit confused still, but I'm happy, and it was a great tournament.
Yeah. And you said to me earlier you got to play with a few. Yeah, a round of applause for the winner of the Legends, Mikko Yalimaki of Finland, taking it down. And you told me earlier you got to play at least a few hands with a world champion, but now you're the champion of this tournament. Does that make you the best in the world at the moment right now?
Yeah, maybe I should go to Las Vegas next year. I mean.
Yeah, we send you instead of him, right?
Why not?
Thank you, Mikko, for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of the series. I know you're looking forward to some PLO games as well.
Yeah. That's correct, yeah.
So they'll try to beat you in your bread and butter game as well then. Okay, enjoy the winnings, enjoy the trophy, and thank you again. And all the one in the room, please another round of applause for the winner of the Legends of the Game, Mikko Ylimäki of Finland. Thank you.